Okay, councillors. It is 4:30, so I welcome everybody to the first meeting of the Hilltops Council, in the last session, I suppose, of Hilltops Council, before the elections later this year for 2024. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we meet on today, and I humbly pay my respects to the people of the Wiradjuri and Ngunnawal nations, their past, present and emerging elders. Housekeeping: if you're asked to evacuate, the emergency procedure is to exit via the door leading out of the building directly outside the council chambers and proceed to the footpath opposite the council chambers and await further instructions. This council meeting is being streamed live, recorded and published in accordance with council's live streaming in council meeting policy. To those present in the gallery today, by attending a public meeting of the council, you are consenting to your image, voice and comments being recorded and published. Anyone who is invited to speak will be recorded and their voice, image and comments will form part of the live streaming and recording. And the chair and or the general manager have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such a direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory or potentially inappropriate to be published. And attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behaviour and or comments. This afternoon, we have one person, one in the public forum, and Mr. Craig Filmer, if you'd like to come and address us. Thank you. On that, pardon me, on item 1217, 24/20, DA 2023/187, dwelling house at lot 322 DP 754582 902 Henry Lawson Way, Young. And Mr. Filmer, I believe you're speaking against the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a map here that if you want to hand it around, it might be easier to listen to while I talk.
Point of order.
No, I'm sorry, but you can't hand out. You're quite right. Thank you, councillor.
Much things change in 7 years.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
You said speaking against the motion. I don't believe anything's been put.
The recommendation.
So it's a recommendation.
Yes,
thank you.
The recommendation.
Madam Mayor, councillors, senior staff, I believe the report misses the point entirely. A quick history lesson on strategic planning in MAYORAL, but quite a lot of staff here, or I don't think there would be any staff that would be aware of the history. Why is there a 24 hectare standard here? This is the outer fringe of the MAYORAL Soldier Settlement Stoneford area. This land, however, was not and has not been orcharded. It is within an outlying area on the zone's fringe, adjacent to classified road between Airport Creek and higher ground. The Hirsch 2013 Peri-Urban Lands Rural Lands Report in Planning Proposal 2 of the Young LEP had no idea what to do with this area. Minimum lot size was raised as a precautionary measure from 10 to 24 until more work could be done. Up until this day, no work has been done that's been fed into an LEP. The 2021 Rural Lands Report to the current LEP has not been implemented. We're waiting for Planning Proposal 1 to this current LEP to address all of the rural land submissions that were put at the LEP stage. What we have here is land that is in rural use, nearby stone fruit farming, and again, this land has never had an orchard. This leaves legacy lands from 1980s and 1990s zoning. The former 10 hectares for a house policy moved to 24 by a cautious unresolved rural land study and is still work unfinished. Up until 2013, this was almost 10 hectares and more than likely would have got a Guernsey. Rules will always exist and exceptions to rules will always be debated. This assessment report ignores or refutes all of the farmer's first-hand experience in farming this land and his fiscal returns or lack of. Almost every page has statements that mishandle information given or draw errant conclusions. In two simple themes below, I will show that copious amounts of words in the business paper prove that council's opinion, in my opinion, is blatantly wrong or illogical from a pragmatic and best localised land use outcome approach. Theme 1, there are 8 nearby small lot houses. Small lots with houses. Across the road and adjacent on the lane, there are 7 smaller than LEP lots with dwellings. There is a further one to have a house across the road, being lot 34. When surrounded by smaller lots with houses, how can this lot be rejected when it is a consistent theme for the locality? The 4-lot subdivision across the road was permitted and planned by the 93 rural LEP, 11.5 to 12.5 hectares. The 2-lot subdivision adjacent on Powdies Lane, 4.5 hectares each, with houses. On a reverse owners farming principle, both of these lots are within the 200 cropping buffer that was listed as a reason for refusal on this. Is not one more existing lot in the middle of this circumstance and of poor or dubious agricultural quality not anything other than reasonable, or the scene set to be considered planned rural residential settlement potential in amongst the others that have gone before it? Theme number 2. The subdivision will happen. Why 24 hectares of viable farmland gets lost rather than 9 hectares of useless land? The owner intends to subdivide or create a lot for his daughter. If council says no to this proposition, then 24 hectares of better quality farming land, the dotted line on the map that was sent earlier today, will be made. Yet this is very hard to, the current lot is very hard to farm. It has no direct farming connectivity to the remainder of the farm, unable to use broadacre farm equipment on it, 10 to 11% slope, rocky at the top quarter, wet and boggy for the bottom 33%, high slope in the middle, low yield, high cost, and neighbouring 4.5 hectare lots with houses on it. This lot will be forced to remain whilst better farmland is subdivided to comply with council rules. That better farmland is right beside Young Motocross track. That'll have to go so that the family has amenity at the new site. This report appears to miss the most obvious elements of farming, which has been passed on experientially and is quite visible. It's poor quality land, rock, slope and wet, unable to be similarly farmed to the rest of the farm, and surrounded by smaller lifestyle lots impinging on the right to farm. This lot is a millstone around the...
One more minute.
I'm almost done. This lot is a millstone around the farmer's neck, and mostly used to spell sick, stop, rarely. The highest pragmatic use would be like the numerous lots around it that have a dwelling. It could still be used by the daughter in conjunction with the farm, and allowing a dwelling ensures that it is used and cared for. Why carve the farm up? To keep the worst of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go on to 3.3, Statement of Ethical Obligations. And Councillor Foreman.
Councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office of council in the best interest of the people of the Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of their ability and judgment as per their oath or affirmation of office made under section 223A of the Local Government Act 1993.
Thank you, Councillor. Apologies and applications for leave. We do have an application from Councillor Stadmiller to attend by audio link. He is also running late.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
So do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Thank you. Councillor and seconder, Councillor Armstrong. Those in favour? Thank you. Against? Unanimous. Thank you. I'd ask everybody now, staff and members of the public, to be upstanding for a minute's silence to express our sympathy on the passing of Desmond Evans, Ronald Willens, Ray Burke, Gillian Apps, Jennifer Keefe, Morris McCaffrey, Carmel Price, Michael Carmody, David Butt, Maxwell Wilton, Andrew Cass, Cynthia Morrissey, Philip White, Malcolm McAllister, Dr. Richard Young, Janet Jones, Mary Boyd, John Rolfe, Myrtle Bryce, John Ellerman, Ron Roberts, Janice Affleck, Madge Small, Brian Williamson, Robert Williams, Shirley Rankin, Rodney Kelly, Susan Pepperell, June Waters, Carmen Gordon, Anna Spicer, Ronald Finn, Lance Fogg, Neville Cullen, Susan Sakini, Brett Johnson, Paul Thompson, and Sandra Jenner. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to 6.1, 2401, confirmation of minutes, Hilltops Council Ordinary Meeting, 13th of December 2023. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Piper. If there are no questions, comments, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Righto. We'll move on now to where are we up to? You're right. Disclosure of interests. I haven't heard of any.
Yes, Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Ingram.
declare a non-pecuniary conflict of interest on item 1217/2420. I'll take no part in the debate and I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor, very much. There is,
Can I declare a non-pecuniary interest in DA 2023/0193?
thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Will you stay in the room or will you leave? You stay in. And will you vote? No. Any others before we move on? All right. Today there is not a mayoral minute. We'll move on to mayoral reports and 9/1/2402. It's before you. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Seconder. Councillor Dodd. Any questions, queries? If not, those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. The next one, councillor reports. We have some here. I'll first of all ask Councillor Armstrong, have you anything to add to yours?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Only one, I did attend a farewell lunch, the last lunch at the Terracotta at Harden, along with Councillor Ingram, and Councillor Statmiller was also there at the same time. What a fantastic institution that's now closed. What a fantastic couple and family that have provided in the order of 30 years service through the restaurant. I think that I only hope that someone takes the restaurant over, that goes back in there, because it's been a huge loss, certainly to the community of Harden, Murrumburrah, and ultimately to all our gastrophiles as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and I agree totally with your sentiments. Councillor Dodd, you're next here. Have you anything that
No, nothing to add to what's in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Foreman?
I'd just like to add the councillor briefing on the 27th of the 2nd, and also today, the 28th, I attended the Young Domestic and Family Violence Reference Group meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Mackie? Okay, thank you. And I'll go around the room now. Councillor Ingram?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings is minute, as well as I attended, I was invited as a councillor to the local health advisory committee meeting to find and source some new members. I attended that. I attended the 3 financial sustainability workshops for council, among the other workshops that have been on since we last met. Let's say a substantial amount of meetings with community members in regard to issues including tennis club, Rockdale Road, Thornhill Street, the town's appearance, TEMPLEMORE Road, Henry Lawson Way, and some gravel roads in our west. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Piper, do you need to leave to answer that? Or thank you. All right. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Meetings as minuted. I attended the 3 financial improvement strategy workshops. I attended the councillor monthly briefing, the General Manager's Performance Review Committee. I was at the Australia Day Ambassador Dinner, the Australia Day ceremony. I attended the O Charity Fundraising Day on last Friday as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings as minuted, the General Manager's Performance Review and a number of constituent meetings, particularly regarding the state of HARDEN, MURRUMBURRAH, and lack of attendance to gardens.
Thank you. Councillor Hewson. Councillor Hewson, would you?
Sorry, Mount Eagle re-signage in Buller Creek and Wollongong Cemetery in Ordinary.
Thank you. And Councillor Piper. Oh, pardon me?
Got it.
Oh, okay.
I just attended the 2 of the financial step meetings. Thank you.
I don't think, pardon me, we need a mover and a second for these. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Dodd, was your hand up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd also like to add to mine on the 6th of February, the other councillor briefing.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and Councillor Stadmiller, I notice you've now joined us. Have you anything that you would like to put on your councillor reports?
Just that I did see Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Ingram at the Terracotta in the final days of that wonderful business before it closed, and day-to-day meetings with disgruntled residents in the HARDEN Murrumburrah area about the state of affairs of the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. All right, now we had a mover and a seconder. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 11, the Community Recognition Scheme, and I believe Councillor Foreman.
Thank you, Mayor Rolls. I would like a letter to be sent to the family in recognition of the community contribution of the late Brian Williamson to the community of Young. Brian, along with his wife Pat, ran the Young Aquatic Centre for 35 years. This is a long career in any one profession, and the work Brian did on a volunteer basis for the town deserves acknowledgement. When Brian realised that the Young Swimming Club didn't have a qualified coach, he decided to obtain his coaching qualifications. Brian then coached for the duration of his employment at the centre free of charge. He saw hundreds of children come through the training ranks at swimming club, and then saw the children of these originals also come through this swimming club in the aquatic centre. He was happy just to see kids swimming, and he never turned anyone away from training, working tirelessly to help them achieve their goals. Brian loves seeing his swimmers represent at local carnivals and at school level. He also coached to state and national levels on several occasions. Brian was a much loved member of our community, and there will never be another one like him. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Foreman. Anybody else?
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Flannery.
Mayor. It's been recognised by Councillor Armstrong, but I think council should, or I request that council write to the terracotta proprietors and thank them and congratulate them on their service.
Thank you, councillor Flannery. If there are no more, do we have a mover? I think councillor Ingram, your hand was up first, and a seconder, councillor Foreman, your hand was next, I think. So all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Before we move on, we have tonight, we have 2 late reports for closed. That's 15.4, 2435, award of contract RFT 2345019, Chums Lane Culvert replacement, and 15.5, 2436, award of contract RFT 000020, Lockdale Road upgrade. First of all, do I have a move for the late reports? Thank you, councillor Ingram, and a seconder. Thank you. And they were sent by email. Councillor Ingram, you were the mover, weren't you? Am I right in saying that? And a seconder? Okay, thank you, councillor Armstrong. Those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Also, because we had a speaker tonight, could we have a mover to move the standing orders? Move forward the item 12.7, 2420, DA 2023-0187, Dwelling House at.
Madam Mayor, can I just interrupt that perhaps we should approve the executive
Oh,
meetings attended first?
didn't we? Pardon me.
Usually the process is, councillor, everything's moved before the general manager's report,
And that's part of the general manager's
and that's
report.
part of the general manager's report, but it's up to you, councillors.
That's where,
Get out of the way, I'll move it.
okay.
I'll move that
thank
we receive and note the reports.
Okay, seconded. Thank you. Thank you. So where are we up to? Just let's go back to where we're unanimous that we've received and note the reports, and then also that we're moving forward. The item, the DA 2023-0187, and it was moved by councillor Flannery and seconded by councillor Armstrong. All right. And all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so we move to 1217.
With your indulgence, Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I'll leave the room.
thank you, councillor Ingram. Uh, yeah. All right, we have, now we'll look at 1217, 2420, DA 2023-0187, Dwelling House at Lot 322, DP 754582, 902 Henry Lawson Way, Young.
Madam Mayor, I'll move that the recommendation be that council approve development application number DA 2023/0187 for a dwelling house at lot 3/2022, DP 754582, 902 Henry Lawson Way, Young.
So you're, now let me get this straight. So you're moving a
I'm moving that council approve the application.
So, Madam Mayor, yes, then Councillor
Just let
Flannery.
me approve the application.
I think you meant to call for a second.
So what happens about this one? About,
I'll answer that. We've had
I-
seconder into Councillor Armstrong. In that way, I'll remind councillors that the recommendation is now to
approve.
approve. We will defer to the director, as in what is the ramifications of that, because there's no conditions in relation to this.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, that's what I just need to point out. So today you can either decide to adopt their recommendation or to defer the matter, and we will come back the following month with a report that has the conditions tied to it. So it's either a defer or approve today.
So am I right in thinking? So we either approve, as Councillor Flannery is putting forward, or we can choose to defer when we get a further report. Is that right?
No, through Madam Mayor. The refusal is a refusal and there's no conditions. So council staff have not considered the necessary conditions that may otherwise be attached to an application of this nature. Therefore, if what the director has said is staff would be unable to, council laws would be unable to just accept the application because you're not aware of any conditions that may be attached to it. Should you wish to approve it. So I think the motion you'd be looking for therefore, councillor, is to defer the matter for staff to attach conditions so that the application can be considered at the next meeting for approval.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Correct, council, in order that process be reasonably followed, council does need to implement conditions. However, I support the application as detailed in this report. So I am happy to withdraw my recommendation or my motion and recommend a deferral subject to staff bring back conditions of consent should council choose to approve it.
This moment, we'll just wait for that to be up.
Just as a procedure, director, that satisfies the requirements as a planner that what councillor has said.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let me get this straight now. What we will be looking at is resolution or that council defer the matter for the staff to add conditions of consent of approval for the development application. Councillor Flannery has moved it. And we need a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
So if I want to go back to the original one, do I move I foreshadow?
You foreshadow a motion
to have the original
motion.
recommendations.
That's correct.
I'd like to do that.
All right. So we will deal with the one in front of us. And if that doesn't get through, then we'll go back to the original one.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes, Councillor Flannery.
Thank you. Look, having read the application and living on a rural property, I actually don't know the lot at all, nor do I know the occupants. So I feel in no way compromised by it. But it has been one of my, I guess, bugbears or thoughts since being on council, that the notion that you save rural properties by making them larger lots to subdivide is in fact the exact opposite of what you're doing. The smaller you make a subdivision lot, the more viable you make the balance of the property. And if we want a I can only imagine that the proposed occupant is going to be a professional of some kind in this town. And if we want people who live in this town and to add to the growth of this town, we need to be a bit more flexible in our thought processes. Now, governments that live down in Macquarie Street can tell us what they like, but they're not the ones that have to deal with the day-to-day living. Subdividing off, well, it is a 9-hectare portion, so there's no question about the portion. It's just whether we should give approval for the house to be built on it. So there's no thought that this is going to be subdivided. The general comment through the text that there's 16,000 or 18,000 lots that could be subdivided. For want of a better way of putting it, it's just rubbish. I mean, if people wanted to subdivide off the blocks, they would have done it long before now. These lots come up on a specific basis, and the fact that I think there's only been 3 approved shows you how much of a disintegration you get when you approve them. It's not even statistically relevant. So I would turn your minds to the facts of the matter, not to the irrelevancies of bureaucrats.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have anybody else who would like to? Councillor Stadmiller, speak for or against?
If Councillor Flannery spoke for, I'll speak against the intent of what's been provided in the report, in that shouldn't we be provided with standard conditions for if and when we decide that we may go against a director's recommendation, such as what Councillor Flannery did by moving that we approve this. Now we're stuck in no man's land. Would it be easier just to simply say that the general conditions apply and we approve this now, instead of having other councillors potentially foreshadow on a motion to go back to this, have it refused, end up with an outcome that's poor, have it be put back in front of us and then deal with it again? Like, it's a bit like debating where we're arguing a point. Why aren't the directors giving us both sides of the story here? I'm sure this can go ahead under conditions. It has before.
Thank you, Councillor Stepner. Mr. GM.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Just so we're clear on the process, the motion, Councillor Flannery withdrew the original motion to accept, based on that there does need to be conditions. The motion before you now is to defer the matter so that staff would be able to add the necessary conditions that would apply to this property, on the premise that councillors would like to consider approving the matter at the next council meeting. I'll defer to our Director of Planning to fill any gaps that I may have in that.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, in terms of process, this is our standard approach, is that when we put up a report that recommends refusing an application, and in the paperwork's there, that is the decision that's in front of you. And if you choose to decide something other than that, then the deferral is the option, because essentially in this case, you are sort of taking on the delegations to approve this DA. So you need all the documentation with all the conditions in front of you, because you need to approve the consent. This has been our standard approach. So just in terms of the substantive matter, the issue we've got in front of you today is a request to erect a dwelling on a lot that's 9 hectares. Now, that's less than the 24 hectares minimum for the rural 1 zone in our LEP. Now, that's a 62% variation on our standard. The lot itself is 9 hectares. The land has been assessed as under the land and soil capability as class 3, which is high capacity land. And that assessment says that 78% of that land is able to be cropped. Now, you would have seen in the report, there's analysis about, there's the area around the MAYORAL Salter settlement where there are smaller lot sizes. and the applicant has drawn a westward direction and said, here is the average for that. It's less than the 24 hectares and average, and so it's kind of in keeping with the development. You'll see in the report, we instead drew a circle of a 2-kilometre radius around the application site. It's a standard practice rather than just going in one direction, but looked at the whole locality, bounded by the rail to the southeast as a natural barrier. And what that tells us is that the average lot size in the area is 48 hectares for dwellings, for sites that have a dwelling entitlement, which is way more than the 24 hectares. Now, there have been 3 variations in that area, but they're not the only variations that have happened in our LEP. And so they were 16%, 2.2%, and 27%, which is much less than the 62% that's contemplated by this application. And most importantly, they were granted under the young LEP of 2010. So that was done under our previous planning instrument and the rules that applied at the time. You were looking at this application under the auspices of our new planning instrument, which is the LEP for Hilltops in 2022. And that set the 24 minimum hectare, and it rolled over those provisions from the 2010 plan. Now, since that plan came into force in February, there have been no variations approved across all of Hilltops. And you might recall back in September,
Madam Mayor, this is all in the report.
Please continue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So, and so that was for a 71% variation. You might recall, so quite similar to this in terms of size, and that was refused. At that point, we got concurrence from the Department of Planning and Environment, and that was because at the time, the DPE gave concurrences. Now, in November last year, they changed the clause 4.6, and they actually removed concurrences from the requirement for assessing under this clause. So that's why there isn't, the report's silent in terms of the new Department Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. Now, coming to the substantive point, there is a 24 hectare minimum requirement that hasn't come out of the blue. It initially came out of the 2010 Young Local Environmental Plan. That was premised on a rural land study that was done in 2009. It established a minimum lot size of 25 hectares, and the council of the day decided to adjust that a little to go to 24 hectares. So that's the basis for it. The applicant refers to the Hirsch report and noted that it was silent in relation to this area. There's a really good reason for that, and that's that report looked at the RU4 zone, not the RU1 zone. And so the study area actually ended at the other side of the rail. So that's why it's silent, because it did not look at this matter, and you can't take any guidance from that. Now, more fundamentally, this is a 4.6 variation. And in 2022, when the state updated the clause, they put out updated guidance on this. And what they say really clearly is that you cannot use the 4.6 variation to do as an alternative to exercising your strategic land use planning requirements. What this report's trying to attempts to do is say essentially achieve what you do under a planning proposal, which is to change the zoning of the land.
Point of order, we are voting on a deferral.
Can I keep? I'm almost finished.
Are you almost finished?
Yep. And so the matter before you is whether you want to retain the 24 hectare minimum, and that is the basis on which you're wanting to assess rural applications for putting on dwellings, or whether you want to start the process of weakening that position. It's quite an important strategic decision you've got in front of you. When it comes to the optimal use of the land, the applicant has the ability to achieve any kind of arrangement they want within a 24 hectare subdivision. Because they do have a path forward, which is to subdivide the land at 24 hectares, that will comply. Then they can work out how that land's optimally used. That isn't a consideration for a DA. It's just how you get on about using your land holding optimally. It's not a planning consideration. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Director. Councillor Piper, did I see you?
If we go ahead and pass this after we get some more recommendations in, we then open the door for anyone else to apply because we've created a precedent.
For you, Madam Mayor, planning works in that way. You look at what decisions you've been made and you use it as a reference point. Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I please speak?
Yes, Councillor Stadmiller.
Look, I'm 39 years of age with 3 kids. The price of building a house has doubled in the last 4 or 5 years. I don't understand why we are trying to stop people, whether it be on RU1 or on residential, from building houses at the moment, because it's bloody expensive to try and do. There's a housing shortage, and we need to do exactly what the Director just mentioned, and that's weaken what our current LEP is and allow people to use these allotments to build a home and get out there and get it done, because things aren't getting any cheaper or easier for anyone. And if it sets a precedent, I'm all for it, because we need more housing. I'm hearing it all the time. It's all through the media that the cost of living is going up, the cost of building materials is going up, the interest rates are still up, and we're potentially knocking back someone who wants to build a house on 24 hectares. Just let them build the house. We're getting bogged down in bureaucratic red tape here of our own design. I just can't believe it.
Thank you. Councillor
Madam Mayor, I was just wondering,
Councillor Armstrong.
my understanding was that Councillor Stadmiller was speaking against the motion originally, so that would mean that we'd have one speaker to speak for the motion.
For this motion?
Sorry, for the proposed motion, yes.
Yes, okay, so we've had one speaker speak for the motion. I took it that Councillor Stadmiller, you're almost speaking for this motion as well, I think, aren't you? To defer the matter?
Well, I understood you were speaking against it.
Councillor Stadmiller, are you speaking for it or against it?
You can take it. You can take it whichever way you want, Madam Mayor. What did it sound like?
Well, Madam Mayor, I'll speak to the contrary. Regardless of the direction that Councillor Stadmiller spoke. Councillors, I don't know how we can sit here and say that we can't entertain a deferral and have a look at what conditions might be likely to be attached to it if it was to be progressed. I don't feel that I can make a decision on that, because I don't know what those conditions might be. Those conditions may be so onerous that the landowner may decide this is just not worth it. I'll go and I'll cut some good farming land up and kick the motorbike club off and do whatever I've got to do to get this done. And that'd be his decision. But once again, there'd be conditions attached to that. I don't know what the conditions might be if this particular proposal was to go ahead. So that's the reason why I'll be voting along those lines. Thank you.
All right, so you'll be voting.
Well, I'll vote. I won't foreshadow it now.
All right.
Planning no.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So we have before.
I'd like to retain my right to reply.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Notwithstanding everything that the Director said, I restate that I think we're letting bureaucracy get in the way of a sensible decision. Given that we are voting for a deferral, I think it would be sensible for councillors to see what conditions might be imposed or put forward should a house be approved by council. Just a few very basic facts. We're talking about an extra 14 hectares that would be required to be subdivided, or at $7,000 to $8,000 a hectare, at an acre, for the extra 35 acres it is. We're looking at $200,000 to $250,000 of land value that this farmer might otherwise have to give away. Now, you could go a fair way towards building a house for the cost of the land that they're going to have to give up simply because we think bureaucrats in Macquarie Street should tell us what we need to do down here. Now, I'm pretty sure the farmer wouldn't elect to go and build a house or allow his daughter to build a house on good farming land if he thought it was otherwise on it. Who is it for us to tell him what is or isn't suitable for him to build a house on? Apart from that, these decisions actually have a meaningful impact on the financial viability of rural lands, because to tell everyone they need 24 hectares, 40 hectares, 150 hectares, and depending on the number of siblings there might be, it in some instances means that the mortgages on their properties are affected by virtue of simply trying to provide a parcel of land for their children to build houses on. Now, I think we need to get real in all of this, set a precedent or not. The reality is each instance will need to come before council, and I would hope we are sensible enough and grown up enough to make decisions on a case-by-case basis. We're not opening the floodgates for 18,000 applications. I think that is simply a ridiculous comment.
Thank you, Councillor Tony. What's the closing words? I will put it to the vote. All those in favour to defer the matter for the staff to add conditions of consent of approval for development application DA 2023-0187 for a dwelling house at lot 322 DP 754582 902 Henry Lawson Way. Those in favour? 5, 6. All right. The motion is carried.
What those against?
Oh, those against, pardon me. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. We're up to page 27.
27.
Well, we're just up to the General Manager's report when he gets here.
I believe that we proceed and the report.
All right, for the General Manager's report, we have a mover in Councillor Fitzgerald. Do we have a seconder in Councillor Piper? Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to make any? No? Anybody else? We're up to page 20,
Madam Mayor,
General Manager's report.
weren't they moved together? That we've moved this on.
Madam Mayor, I do believe that was the case.
Yeah, we
They're
moved.
moved concurrently.
They moved concurrently, both the bringing the matter forward, suspending, as well as this item. So we're up to 12.2.
Where are we up to?
We're up to the financial improvement
Oh, right.
strategy. 12.2.
All right. 12.2. Pardon me, my apologies. And this is 12.2, 2405 Financial Improvement Strategy Program.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery and
Seconded with
Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Flannery.
Firstly, I would like to thank Councillor Armstrong for bringing this to the table on the back of the failed SRV. I believe, or I remember, more than believe, that by and large the comments, the dot points A to E were the action items of Councillor Armstrong, supported by Councillor Ingram. And I think it's a pity we didn't start with this rather than the time that was wasted on the SRV. That said, it's a document that I think we can all move forward on. A couple of questions. Does the CFO believe, given most of these fit in his basket, that he has the ability, given where we're at with our IT program, to meet the timeline proposed.
Councillor Farney, yes, we've already started drafting with the XO1 training. We've already started drafting the service level reporting in the format recommended. And I've got some draft reports that we're currently reviewing. We've also done the budget in that format as well. It's a matter of how low we actually then go down. So we've commenced that process.
How low we're going to go down to what?
I think if you look in the document, you'll see it goes down to the level 3, basically on departments. So we go down to that level. Some of it requires some remapping of cost centres, which the executive are looking at, but we're going to then revisit that. So we may be remapping some cost centres to some of the different programs. I think the 12 that are mentioned in the annual financial statements by service line.
On page 35, it dot point 3 says to establish processes to recycle assets such as confirming the legal status of land. And then the last one, milestone review of existing asset information. We would have that available already, given the work that's being done, wouldn't we?
So we have a full asset list, and yes, the new native title manager within the property section is classifying the land, whether it's operational or community. So we need to prepare that list and bring it along to council as part of the data provided in the report. We haven't finalised that, but yes, and I think I mentioned at one of the briefings, workshops, that we obviously have the ordered asset valuation as at 30 June 23 of all our land and buildings, but it's a matter of classifying those. So I can provide, I think I'd mentioned at the briefing, I can provide that to councils, which is part of our audit or supporting our audited statements in the balance sheet.
Thank you. A question, Councillor?
On the 26th of October 2022, I had a number of questions that came to, questions on notice that came to the council meeting. I received responses in regards to a number of those. One of them, question number 11, when will a service level review be undertaken by council following on from October 2021 sustainability actions? A response that a comprehensive consultation plan is currently in development according to Resolution 21/241, the resolution that related to the improvement. It goes on to say, whereby a service level review involving the listing of services currently provided, as well as the identification of the service level attributable to those services identified, will be included in the consultation plan in the discussion regarding the potential need for a special rate variation. Now, I realise that we're talking about the lead up to the SRV, but clearly there was a direction to start this elements of this project back then. I'm just, can we please get an update on how we went with that particular service level review, the details of the work done, and what assets are available to council that can go straight into this project, because I don't want to see us redoing things and chasing our tails. I'd like to see us recycle all our assets, our intellectual assets in particular, because we don't need to go and find out stuff that we already know. The other issue related to the council asset list, which was provided to councillors at that time, a rather scant asset list, and the consideration was, the question was, when will council, Hilltops Council property asset list be provided to council following on from October 2021, sustainability actions, immediately identified assets suitable for the divestment purpose to council to consider in a confidential report. I know that we are in the process of reclassifying or reconsidering our assets, and that's great. But there must have been some work initially done as well. Can we get a bit of an update on this, because this is also an asset that we've created that I don't want to see us throw away, because all that's doing is burning up time, and time isn't something that we have a lot of, because our intention is to have this as a 3-year program initially, and then for a future council to consider any future actions in regards to it. So can I just get some comments in regards to those two questions and the assets, the actions from
Right. We have a director standing there nodding his head.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Armstrong's question, absolutely. So the intent of, if you look on page 35, the milestone to bring all existing information we've got on assets, associated use and cost, is to bring to the table everything that we've got on hand, all the work we've done, and so that you can get visibility as to where we are, what we know now, and that will then shed light on the additional work that needs to be done, so that we can then do the detailed work you would like to see happen in terms of cost recovery, in terms of asset recycling, in terms of levels of service. So yeah, so if you go back to 34, this diagram that kind of outlines all the work streams, and really the big thing is that there's a lot of items in blue. They are essentially all the things that we're going to bring to you in the next few months, so that you are fully aware of our current state of information, what we know about our service levels, satisfaction levels, and that. So then we can then put dates on the purple areas, which is essentially the rubber hitting the road in terms of actually improvement initiatives. So it's essentially a two-phase strategy. The first stage is essentially discovery, so that you're aware of what we know, and then we get some direction as to how we then use that information to identify those initiatives.
Thank you. Councillor Flannery, another question?
Look, questions and comments. One thing that would be very worthwhile is if we got some of the grammar corrected before it went to the press. And I refer to page 36. I think it's about the 4th paragraph down. The following diagram outlines the complete service catalogue framework. It outlines the process of preparing a service level catalogue is involved and complex. So that's just one typo. I go over the page. 2nd paragraph. Once this information and service catalogue is available, a levels of service value exercise will be undertaken. That's under the MICE acronym. Under the delivery considerations, the first phase involves identifying, develop an initial understanding of cost by activity.
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Henry. It outlines the process of preparing a service catalogue, it being the subject matter below, outlines the process of preparing a service catalogue is involved and complex. I'm not sure what the grammar.
Yeah, the grammar's either poorly written or poorly expressed. The next page, once this information and service catalogue is available, a levels of service value exercise will be undertaken. I mean, it's either gobbledygook or
just Councillor Flannery, I might put in. It's just the way you read it, and perhaps a comma might be in place, but that's all.
And so for you, Madam Mayor, just to highlight, we completed these workshops last Wednesday and turned around this project plan from scratch the following day, so we can get on the agenda. Because I think that's the context that you'll be aware of, Councillor Flannery, that then we had those workshops.
So your point is, Joan, Councillor, and we will correct those grammars.
Further question, page 39, an understanding under inputs, under user pays and cost recovery level work stream, an understanding of how current fees and charges are constructed. I think it'd be more than a useful exercise, but I think that the councillors who were elected on this council, and perhaps for the community as a whole, given most of this is in the public domain, that FAG grants should be outlined and explained, because when we're considering user pays, we need to consider that things like swimming pools, library services, a number of other services that council provides are covered by FAG grants, and to simply put forward a document that in the coming weeks and months that says it costs X $100,000 to provide a pool and we're losing X $100,000, and not also detail what we get from state government by virtue of grants, and they are financial sustainability grants and they're dependent on the size of the community. They need to be clearly outlined. On page 40, and it's probably to the CFO more than you, but given you seem to be in charge of this process, it's listed under additional revenue streams. We've got things like increase internal plant charges as an option. Well, I would have thought that an analysis of plant costs and operational costs might go in there first, but I assume that's subtext in brackets that's not written. I would have thought on internal efficiencies work stream, the very first dot point should be a roadworks register, so that we actually know what's getting done before we look at works at efficiencies. Other comments that I might have, and yes, I wasn't at the meeting, so I'm making some of these comments now, but the delivery considerations. Council proactively explores internal efficiency measures to deliver an organisation value of continuous improvements. Really, that's a motherhood statement. I think you need to state when and how. The report goes on to say the most notable efficiency measure delivered in recent years was a workplace change exercise, which reduced total staff numbers by 10%, increasing the number of outdoor staff by 4.75%. I think we need to get what outcomes were achieved. I mean, anyone can reduce staff. It doesn't mean you're getting the same amount of work done. I mean, have we got the same amount of work done? Have we delivered the same amount of road work? Have we delivered the same amount of mowing? Have we delivered the same amount of parks and gardens? I mean, you can't go and make a statement saying we've delivered efficiency gains. All we've done is cut. It's actually a cost-cutting exercise, not by my observation, an efficiency drive. So I think it's important that we provide facts if we're going to make statements. I do have concerns about the central stores. Whilst there's merit in it, I would like to see the numbers on that. I made the comment at a previous workshop that there's a number of businesses in Harden since amalgamation that have lost $60,000 and $80,000 annually of council procurement, and that has hurt the town immeasurably. So I think before we go introducing at central stores, I'd like to see some numbers on that.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Foreman.
I would just like to make comment if you don't mind. For those of us that did attend the meetings, this has been a big turnaround. We've done it every week, and we're taking it. Council and directors are taking this strategy really seriously, and there is a lot of work to be done. And I feel encouraged that we will make the milestones, because I know the work behind the scenes has been taking place, and that will take place, and all this important documentation, which will set up the foundation going forward for our financial sustainability, which is what the community wanted, and we are working really hard to deliver. So I think it's a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and I will take that you're speaking in favour. Okay, thank you. If there are no more comments, I will put it to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? All right, Councillor Stedner. He's passed, so thank you, councillors. We'll move on now to 12.3. We started doing it and then we went on to 12.2.
Excuse me, 12.1 was moved. Councillor Flannery moved to move the item, suspend standing orders, and move the item up. Yeah. And he included the executive diaries as a block. He moved it as a block.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right, 2406, 2024 National General Assembly of the local government area. Happy to move. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. A seconder, Councillor Foreman. Any questions, queries? If you note, I did have a look. I might say a word. I did go to the link, and there's quite a bit of information there about the criteria that motions must meet. So if you're interested, certainly take yourself to that link. Okay. And if you note that it's the 27th of March 2024, the next ordinary council meeting, to bring any proposed motions. Councillor Ingram.
Madam Mayor, I would note on that the theme for this year's NGA will be building community trust. That's interesting. I think if local councils can perform better financially, that'll be a long way to inducing more community trust with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. All right, if there is no further comment or debate, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 12.4, 2407, 22-26 delivery program and 2023-24 operational plan half-yearly progress report.
Happily move with comment.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
Good question.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Ingram.
I'll be quick. I'm on the page. There's 2 pages. I lost one of them. I can't. The writing's a bit little for me on line to line, but I'm speaking to line 7, page 76. Clarify agreed levels of service to the community. Work with the community to develop and standardise levels of service in towns and villages. Well, the other column I couldn't find before I came to the meeting was in regard to my comment to that would be probably someone needs to remind the director or the staff that the former LGA Township of Young is part of Hilltops as well when it comes to mowing. If we are to be standard in our practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram and Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When it comes to this report, I guess I've got questions that relate to both the performance measures and also the performance metrics that are applied to those performance areas. The first one is on page number 55. I'm just wondering, facilitation the design of shade. I'm going to not going to read all of them out. I'm just wondering whether there's a list for that, because I'm aware that at least Lazzarini Park and I think it's ETO Cass Park, both are in need of shade over the play equipment but don't have it. So is there a list that council creates or has created so we can work towards achieving our ambitious goal of facilitating the design and provision of shade within developments including public spaces?
May I add Jigging and Pool to that list?
You can add as many as you like, Councillor. Big hearted, Greg, that for me.
I agree. Shade is going to become a more
I
important.
thought you were agreeing with big hearted, Greg. Sorry.
I always do, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, whenever we do a project that is in open spaces, we do look at shade. And most of the times to deliver the project, the shade becomes cost prohibitive. We do keep that on a list, and when we look for funding, we try and get funding for the shade. And that's how we approach it.
Can the list be provided to council, please?
Yep.
As a possible avenue for council to lobby the state government and or to explore other funding sources, because I think that's unfortunately, regrettably, Australia is one country that has a huge incidence of skin cancer, far more than we should do. It's getting worse; it's not getting better, and there are more people dying as a result of it. We really should be doing more about it, I believe. In regards to the performance metrics on page 57 up at the top, the 95% of high and medium risk food premises inspected. I'm just wondering, we're going to inspect 95% of them. That's a performance metric that we've got, and also the skin penetration premises are here. We don't seem to have anywhere where the costs are recovered for those. The cost of providing those inspections. I just, if we can get a performance metric that relates to those as well, fantastic. Because it doesn't appear to be in there at the moment. On page 60, we have a performance metric that relates to we will measure our progress by funding secures for bike footpaths. Great. Pedestrian access and mobility plans developed. Now, I've got a bit of a problem with this one, because if we develop one plan and it's a 5-year plan, we've got one in the first year and then 4 zeros because we haven't developed subsequent plans, have we? Or do we actually offset that by saying we've developed 0.2 of a plan over the 5 years? Or does that performance metric suddenly disappear? So I don't actually believe that particular performance metric in its current form is appropriate, because you're not going to develop 2 or 3 PAMPs, LGA-wide PAMPs in 1 year, or hopefully.
I certainly agree with you, Madam Mayor, certainly agree with you. With my experience with these plans is if you achieve it when you achieve it, it's completed for the whole period and you utilise the plan over the whole period. But certainly we can clarify and stipulate and narrate the period, because the PAMP will be enduring for a period of time.
Hopefully the PAMP is at least a 5-year plan, so it would be, it's my belief, it should be consumed over a 5-year period, rather than having 5 ones, which would indicate to the casual reader that, hey, they develop one every year. So once again, that's not a reflection upon the fact that we need to develop a PAMP. It's the performance metric and the way that the performance metric is displayed within the plan, I think. In terms of floodplain management, much the same on page number 63. The number of floodplain management risk studies completed. Once again, one plan may last for more than 5 years. Yes, I recognise the fact that we have three significant urban developments. But I guess once we've developed 3 plans, then we probably won't be developing any more plans for a significant period of time. So once again, the metric itself, I think, is probably a little bit misleading in that respect. I'm not suggesting that the plan isn't valuable. On page number 65, we will measure progress by reduction in the amount of council's water use. Now, I don't believe that council's ever been advised, certainly not in my time at council, of the total water use. So how will this metric be validated? Because I don't believe that we have water meters on standpipes. I don't believe that we have water meters in use during mains flushing. Are we simply going to use the readings of the water meters outside the 32 megalitre storage? I don't know. So is that the total amount of water used by everyone? If it's council's water use, then those readings at the terminal storage will be of no value at all, because at the end of the day, council won't have used all that water. Now, the thousands, multiple thousands of consumers in the young urban area will have used that. So can I get some advice as to how that's going to be produced? And it doesn't need to be now, Sarah. I'm happy to have this come back, because I don't expect anyone to be able to say how that's going to be done if it's never been done before. But it's a metric. Once again, it's a metric that we need to validate. If we don't understand or can't do it, why do we go out to the community and say, hey, we've done a great job? Wave our hands in the air, talking about a metric that we don't really understand or we can't validate. The same thing with the performance metric on page 65, council's carbon footprint. How will it be measured? How do you validate that? So, and if you're challenged, how can you defend it otherwise? So I think that realistically, it should be a reduction in council's carbon footprint. It's the performance metric. Because I don't think we've ever measured, well, certainly as a council, I've never been supplied with details of council carbon footprint. Do we have them, Mr. General Manager, or not?
I'm not aware of that measurement.
Okay, so it's probably a metric.
It was a metric, as I understood it, the metrics in that, where we could purchase it, within economic realms. If it was something had a lower emission, we would entertain that rather than not.
So it's a reduction of carbon footprint.
Yes, it is.
It becomes a metric. But how about we tell the community that that's our metric rather than telling them something else? Sorry. Look, that'll be me. I'll let another councillor talk from here on in. On a source rate.
Okay, thank you, councillor.
Madam Mayor, just a question, page
Councillor
55, under dot point number 1. Advocate for delivery of legislated health protection, and then the middle, provide companion animal management services, and it says rangers provided daily and after hours animal management services to the community of Hilltops. I had a very irate ratepayer drop in on my farm for no other reason than I was a councillor, and it was a Monday and there were no rangers on duty, and he said, "Here, you can have this effing dog," because council said there's no rangers at work today. Can we please be informed of what days rangers do or don't work, or what happens when rangers are not working? Because it very clearly says here in the document to the state government that rangers provided daily and after hours.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the after hours service, the first point of contact is the police. We have an arrangement with them where they're contacted, and then if there needs to be escalation and some involvement from a ranger, then they will go out and support. Otherwise, the message you get on the phone is that if it's not urgent, the ranger will leave a message and we'll get back to you the next day. That's the level of service we provide.
So when someone finds a dog on the road, as this fellow did, and he rings council to say he's found a stray dog and what can you do with him, and he's advised there's no rangers working today, what's the next port of call other than dropping in on my property and swearing at me?
So as I said, they'll ring the after hours number. They'll be advised that if it's urgent, it goes to the police.
This was at 11 o'clock in the day.
Well, if it's during a workday, there is a ranger on during the workday, and we have a staff member that's on call on the weekend if the police determine that they need to go out.
Sorry, councillor, can we take the
So I'll get the
details
dates of that.
Yeah,
Yes, I've got a very clear recollection of that.
Thank you.
As said by Councillor Ingram, it is an aspirational document, and to some extent I feel sorry for staff having to fill all this in because it's a mandated document, and how do you fill in 300 lines of the same subtext when you're actually trying to do a job? But nonetheless, dot point 2, managed community grants, council receives, and the response is grant funding managed as required. I may beg to differ, given we're trying to quickly get out $3.1 million of funding that we've had in Kitty for up to 5 years. Thank God for the Hilltops Wellness Action Group, because they've made the document about 10 times so that we meet our obligations. Number 8 on page 56, advocate with the community, local business providers and state government for further introduction of alternative means of health and education service provision. Councillor O'Connor moved a motion that we receive an accessibility report, and I still haven't seen that report come to council. Does anyone know if anything's ever been done about an accessibility report into council-owned assets? Do we have a document that details whether all council assets have mobility access for all people?
I take it you'll take that on notice.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'll have to take that on notice. Thank you.
So I'll be advised at the next meeting.
Correct.
If we have a report.
Yeah.
Under A7, ongoing advocacy and collaboration for advocate with community providers, state government, and federal to increase disability services and support. So when we say ongoing advocacy and collaboration, which it says in the document, I think, look, I gave up reading, it was about 60 times. What do we have details of what we do to advocate? Where we keep saying ongoing advocacy.
Through you, Madam Mayor, when we say ongoing advocacy and support, we mean whenever we meet with appropriate state government agencies, MPs, local agencies, we will bring up those matters if the agenda permits.
And also, can I add that on occasions, letters have been sent to members.
Page 57, under 16, working with local business chambers and Destination New South Wales to generate increased activity via initiatives. Again, look, I just don't like to be terrible Tony all the time, but I'm pretty sure we cut spending to the business spending spree last year. So I'm going to fail on that one. Page 64. Hilltops participated and contributed to the and no, actually the one I had outlined was charging stations. It says we're providing charging stations. We don't have one in Harden yet. Is there anything happening about getting an EV charging station in Harden?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there have been discussions and we'll support any grants that are submitted to have a charging station in Harden.
So we depend on the grant to get a charging station.
Correct.
Rita, do you want to?
Madam Mayor, there has been small funding received to identify locations in Hilltops, and Harden has been put onto the list for further investigation.
I thought we received a grant back when we put the other one here in Young, and I'm not 100% sure about MURRUMBURRAH, but because we couldn't find a location.
Yeah, we do have some recommendations of locations that we'll bring back to council in a briefing.
So we didn't receive money, and it's still in.
It's we received money to do an investigation, which is what we're busy undertaking, and we'll be bringing it back to council.
Sorry, councillor, you're referring to money that you believe may have been granted to Hilltops when the Young one went in, but we couldn't find a spot in Harden. That's your question?
That's the question.
Okay, I don't know that. We'll take that on notice. I'm not aware of that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the agreement was an NRMA funded charging station in Young.
NRMA funded the charging station at Young and the charging station at Jugyo.
Correct.
And MURRUMBURRAH, the services club has funded their own.
Yeah, the service club went and obtained a grant, and we've got 3 at the service club.
Madam Mayor, page 57, 14, ongoing collaboration. So it's 14D, ongoing collaboration with local housing providers and crisis accommodation. Do we have any relationship with Margaret House who provide emergency accommodation for women?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have a relationship with Margaret House via the Hilltops Wellbeing Action Group Homelessness Working Group, and also through the Young Crisis Accommodation Centre, who have a close relationship with Margaret House. So we are across what they're currently looking at doing with their funding.
And the gym group at Harden, I can't think of the people's names who do a similar.
We have had discussions with Zach's Place in the past. I'm not sure that we regularly meet with them, but we can look into that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mentioned earlier on when I talked about standard knowledge station of worksite. Another one I managed to locate, it's on page 66, on number 67. In regards to something that you've heard me speak to before, create a welcoming environment for visitors to our region. Dot point A, prepare plans for the beautification of entry points, including road and rail, to the 3 main townships and villages entrances of the Hilltops. If there is any current plans in place, I would like to see them. As I spoke before, I don't believe that the treatments to the 3 communities are equal, when that in a period of just over 4 weeks, one community had their entrances completely mowed twice, and the former LGA area of Young had 0. So that's not quite standardising to my mathematics. And given that that community that had nothing done contributes 58% of that funding, I suggest the plans and the standard procedures need to be looked at. The other matter on that dot point, Council continues to beautify entry points to all 3 townships and entrances. Council approved further funding. That's correct. I had $50,000 put in the budget, and drove with the director around and had a look at a few things and made a suggestion. And bar off the line phone call yesterday, so far I haven't seen any plans or any indication of just what might be done with that $50,000. So someone could follow those up for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had quite a bit of discussion. Could I just
make a comment? Just this only came to me today. Just to follow on from Councillor Ingram's comment. Do we have any? Is there any possibility, or is it in anything to possibly paint or beautify the bridges? You know, for example, the one on Millvale Road at the corner of Rockdale Road and Millvale. That's very untidy and unsightly. The one on Wombat Road, I don't know what they're called. Sorry, I couldn't find the way. But anyway, but I just thought, is that a possibility to go to the point of, looking after the area and making it more presentable? The bridges, if they could have a paint or a facelift, would probably make a big difference.
We can look into that, Councillor Foreman.
All right, thank you. So lots of suggestions. I'd like to congratulate the staff too on all the work that they have put in, and thank councillors too for your input into making the best document possible that we can produce. So if there's no further discussion, I'll put it to those in favour. Oh, pardon me, is your hand up, Councillor Stedmiller, for a point or to vote?
It is, Madam Mayor, just briefly. I do sympathise with the director having to spend time on this document and how a lot of it requires autofill because it doesn't give you many other options. But I need to seek on behalf of the Harden MURRUMBURRAH Hawks Rugby League Football Club an explanation as to why the field is currently unsuitable to both train on and hold a representative match on the 16th of March. The issue would come under any number of things here about building community or fostering environment or whatever, but the field's unsuitable, and they were told that they can't hold representative matches where Monero is meant to come and play Western Division across 3 grades, 130 players. Not only is it a loss of income to the township of Harden MURRUMBURRAH, but the regions of Young and Morrah to go with it. So can someone give me an explanation as to, at a lower level, what has gone on where we've had Tim Dolan Oval towards the end of the cricket season looked after impeccably, as it should be, and McLean Oval has been left to die, and the grass rot to the point where it's unplayable, it's unsafe, and if people were to injure themselves and, God forbid, have an anterior cruciate ligament injury, where that would put council in a liability point of view, and where we're going to after that.
Thank you, Councillor. Director, do you want to make a comment or?
I'm through, Madam Mayor. We were advised about the pump that the pump station that was broken, and we had to repair the pump station. We didn't have enough spare parts for the pump station, so a failure occurred early February. We've ordered parts and they have arrived and we will be repairing it. It is unfortunate, but that's where we're at with that. And we do regular checks and ensure maintenance is ongoing. And as far as we have assessed, there is no immediate risk to the ground. So I may just contact Councillor Stadler and identify what further concerns he may have.
Thank you, Director.
I also will say that we have been in communication with the Harden Hawks through this whole process.
All right, thank you. So they've been updated. All right. I will put it to the floor.
I just have a question. So what's the issue with the pump station?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we had a failure of the pump station and we are sourcing parts to repair the pump.
And
What do you mean by that?
Could you elaborate on the failure of the pump station? Is the pump broken down?
It's the pump itself that has broken and we're looking for spare parts for the pump.
Right, so we don't carry any spare parts? Obviously not.
Not of the ones that have failed, no. We are remedying that.
all right, thank you. All right, I will put it to the floor. Those in favour? Against? Councillor Stadmiller. All right, it's passed. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 12.5. 2408, draft plan of management generic park. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Just through you, Madam Mayor, we have Donna O'Brien, our native title and lands manager online.
Right.
Here.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien, for being here. Councillor Ingram, do you want to ask any questions? No? Anybody else? Councillor?
Yeah, Tresillian Park's listed as municipal purposes. I thought it was a playground. Am I wrong?
Got a pump station. Water pump station.
Could you hear?
To supply water to the residents.
Donna, hear that question?
No, I'm sorry. It was very faint.
Okay, so Tresillian Park. Sorry, Councillor.
I think it's been clarified. It has a children's playground in there, but there is a pump station, I have been told.
Okay.
Tresillian Park is the adjacent area, the park area, to the Young Aquatic Centre.
All right. Okay. If I could please,
yes.
I'd just like to
Councillor Armstrong.
to congratulate the General Manager and his staff for bringing this to council. And I guess the next question is, are we likely to see further Crown lands come to us in this similar format, in the generic format, or will they need to be tailored for each individual space?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, and I'll pass to Donna, but I believe these are the parks so far that we could bundle in a generic format, and the rest will have their own individual plans of management.
All the parks, Madam Mayor. However, there are some other generic plans that will be coming up where there'll be multiple reserves within the one plan.
So it will be a mixture of the two.
Correct.
Yes, that's right.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I don't know whether this is fine to ask. How are we progressing with the recreation at the recreation club in MURRUMBURRAH?
Donna, if you could just talk to the status of the land, I think that would be the question for this purposes of this report.
Yes, through the mayor. The clubland has been included into the recreation reserve. So the clubland is now part of the recreation reserve, and councillors preparing the necessary documents to ensure tenure, to ensure that were legislatively correct.
Have we any idea of time period?
For the tenure documents,
Correct.
probably end of the week, beginning, middle of next week.
Thank you.
It's all right.
Councillor Stadmiller.
Madam Mayor, can I ask what's attempting to be achieved here? I'm a little bit confused, especially by the BJ Stocks Memorial Park. There's half an acre of land next to what looks like 3 grain dumps on what's called something about Railway Loop Road. What are we doing here? We're bringing these together to make it operational to sell, because this one's owned RU1. Does that mean we can't put a house on that, or are we changing that to put a house on it, or is it staying a non-existent park? What's the process here? I'm totally confused by this. It looks like we've got someone in to write this who's given us a history lesson, which I didn't need, and has confused me further. What's the point of it all?
Through the Mayor, these are Crown reserves that Council has been given management of, some of them quite some years ago. Council can't sell them, so that selling's not an option, and Council can't hand them back at this point. So Council has a responsibility of managing them in a legislatively correct way, and these documents provide for that. A little bit of history for the reserves doesn't go amiss when you're dealing with red tape and bureaucracy in government. Sometimes government needs to be reminded that there are real people in the community that use these reserves, and that sometimes these reserves have been put to the community for a purpose, and in honour of people, as in BJ Stocks in Harden.
On that note, Madam Mayor, Galong Park, Limestone Park, as it's locally referred to, there's an allocation of funding there from the I can't think of the name of it, the Greymont Line, correct, who's now which is not proceeding, as detailed further in the report, that no action plan. What is this holding up the work at Limestone Park?
Through the Mayor, there are a number of Aboriginal land claims over at Limestone Park, Galong Park, which is the correct name. Council is unable to do any works or anything with that land until we negotiate with the Land Council to have them removed. And we're in the process of doing that. That's going to take quite some time, months, if not years.
And so if they're not removed, do we get funding from the Land Council to look after it?
Well, doesn't belong to the Land Council as yet. It is only claimed by the Land Council. And until the claim is determined, Council's hands are tied by Crown Lands as to what we can do with the land. So there's absolutely nothing we can do with it in the meantime. I'm sorry that this has happened, but it's a matter with a lot of Crown land parcels, and we're dealing with it as quickly as we can with the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. The claims weren't put by the local Aboriginal land councils. It was a strategic move by the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council for these claims. So
we have an idea of what the strategy is?
The strategy is to name Crown lands that may not be used legislatively correctly. So,
is there something they're seeking? I mean, there's money allocated for an upgrade to the park, which will benefit the local citizens. They put up with trucks going through the village daily, and part of the improved amenity is to upgrade the park. Do we Do we have an
I understand that this is a government process that we can only play a small part in, that we have no control over. So
This is clearly comes under the statement that the state government continually makes. We're taking red tape and making it easier for local government. It really sounds like it, doesn't it? When we have to go through these processes.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
thank
Sorry,
you.
Tony. Would I just ask a question?
Yes.
When was this issue identified? Have we known about that for a long time? Or has Donna just uncovered the Limestone Park issue, or has it been,
there's a list of, through the Mayor, there's a list of the dates of the claims, and they are not recent. I was made aware of them when I started council through obtaining a list of lands that council hold that are under claim. The list was given to council on the proviso that the details of the claim were not made public. I can speak to you about this now because this document is now in the public domain, and part of the document's requirements are that we list whatever Aboriginal land claims are on the land. So prior to this, council's hands were tied in as far as allowing anybody, including councillors, to know that there were any claims over the land.
Thank you, Don.
So, Mayor, on that note, for the meetings I've attended, and given there was a BPA meeting tomorrow night, and the constant question is, when's the money going to be spent? So council will now go back to the community and say, we're not spending the money in the foreseeable future because of an Aboriginal land claim, which we haven't divulged in the past. So we will be telling them that tomorrow night.
I expect so, yes.
Okay, so it would be incumbent on council to provide them with other options for their funding for the time being, I would think.
Yes.
Okay, I just, following on from Councillor Flannery, to make this clear, if it's under claim, then no improvements can be done on that land. That's what you're inquiring.
Without leave of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, which is something that I'm trying to negotiate at the moment.
Okay.
But historically, looking back at others that I've done, it takes quite some time. It's usually about an 18-month process.
Well, good luck. Good luck. Thank you for that discussion and for the information. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
No, thank you for your advice and assistance.
Yeah.
All right, let's now turn to 12.6, 2409 quarterly budget review.
Happy to move with question.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and a seconder.
Second with a question.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm referring to items on page 95 to start with the water reports. And on page 195, it's for Harden. And my question is in regard to employee costs over the three funds. The MURRUMBURRAH Water Fund has rough notes I wrote any $225,000 allocated, spent 85,000, so they've got 62% of their budget left. Young's got a $709,000 budget, spent 282, so they've got roughly 60% of their allocation left for the last 6 months. To start with, the Harden water employee costs are down as 90. The final number is $93,000, I think. So and they've spent 75,000, which leaves them with only 25% of that budget left. So there's a couple of things there compared to the other funds. But what does stand out to me is that if the employee costs can be that low in Harden, they're either really slave workers or we're over budgeting the other two areas. I just can't marry up the difference in the employee costs of those water funds. And what it leads me to think is the cost shifting going on with these funds. I don't believe, in all honesty and in my opinion, that the Harden Water Fund can possibly run on that budget when we look at the budgets of the other water funds. Something isn't quite right. You go to the sewer funds and, you know, you're getting a bit closer. You've got the three funds have got 60%, 56% of their budget left. Harden's got $168,000, sorry, budgeted. Bora's got 116 and Young 422. And yeah, you can live with that. But there's, I'd like to have, if someone can explain to me the variations and the differences in the employee costs in the water schemes, please.
Thanks, Councillor. I have checked into this in terms of and I understand your question quite well. There certainly are some vacancies, and I'm advised that they are charging correctly to these funds when they're moving staff around.
So, okay, thank you for that. And I'll take the answer. So I'll make note of that, and I would suggest other councillors make note of that.
Sure. No,
so we can run the Harden water scheme on a budget of $95,000. But for Burrell, we need 225, and for Young, 709. So I congratulate, again, all those people, if that's to be true and factual, which I'm just told it was, and there's no cost shifting happening between funds or interacting. Unbelievably well done.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the water network at Burrell is part of the dam and the pipes, etc. And Harden comes off the Golden Fields system, so the infrastructure is far heavier in Burrell. As I
understand that. So does Young. Comes off Golden Fields, yeah.
Just on that,
Councillor Flannery.
On that water fund employee costs. So are we going to go over budget for employee costs, or once we hit budget, which is going to happen pretty shortly, because this is, remember, this is the quarterly budget review up to the end of December, and we've spent, as alluded to by Councillor Armstrong, 80% of the money already. So for the 6 months, does the employee go to another water fund, or does we go over budget, or go on holidays, or what happens?
I know your concern. We'll have to bring that back at the March QBR report. I'll get an update in terms of where we're at now, but that's obviously something that where we could find ourselves on the spot of brother with Harden water.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. That was part 2 of the question. It'll be interesting to see the next QBR to see how we're going with that budget.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Glenn.
The 250 on page 189, couple of questions. 252,000 increase in insurance income. Could we be provided with details of what the insurance income was? Workers' compensation reimbursements. We've obviously overpaid. Were staff reallocated jobs, and therefore changes in rates. What happened with
workers' compensation reimbursements? It's because our wages costs are down. So as we put the returns in,
right,
and you might remember, I think 22 with the restructure, there was quite a big payment back. Council.
Okay.
Now, what that'll look like in March or June, I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of claims.
The insurance rebate.
You referred to the increase in insurance income.
Yes.
The 250. I'd have to check that out for it and take that on notice and find out specifically what that was for. We did get some money back on Bundaba Bridge from memory, which is mentioned later in the report, but I'll double check that for you and give you a report on that.
129,000 funding for streetlight LED replacements. Was that receipt of a grant that was promised previously, or is it additional money? Because I think we received grant for street lights, I would have thought 3 years ago. So are we now just installing those and receiving that money, or is this a new grant?
No, it's certainly not a grant, but I'd have probably possibly refer the Director for Infrastructure, but in our capital program.
So it says funding, so yeah, it's obviously a grant. If it's either expense or it's a, I mean, funding means grant, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is a rebate that we received because we've changed all our street lights through that project that has referenced to LEDs from halogen lamps.
And that we received that, well, from memory, I think it was, look, I don't have a perfect memory. It's not too bad, but I thought it was 898,000. So for streetlight replacements that we voted, we received for, I can't remember the exact details, but we chose to put it towards streetlights.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, it was part of our LRCIP program, which this fell under the guidelines of it. We were approached by Essential Energy saying that we needed to replace those lights. So we brought to council the LRCIP funding as a suggestion and was voted in council for us to replace those lamps.
And from memory, that, as I said, it was around
it was around
90,000.
Yeah.
So we, and I have asked for a report on where we're up to with this, but we haven't received that yet. So 129,000 funding, is that the first tranche, and where's that for?
I'm through, Madam Mayor. I don't.
Yeah, we need to get to the details on that.
Mr. General Manager, I look forward to getting the report on the street light replacements. Balance of the capital budget. So we've spent up until June 31, 15. Actually, I think it says the current expenditure as at the end of February is 15.8 million, and we have 34 million to spend. We've got a big program in front of us. Will we get it done?
Some of those appear in the report. No, some of the programs will definitely be part of rollover when we go through, if you go through the detail of the report.
Yep, I have read the report. So is there any, in the context of what's proposed to be rolled over, do you believe that we will get what the existing program done?
So what do you mean by that?
Well, we're foreshadowing that we're not going to get everything done, but it says that the balance of the capital budget is $34 million. Do you believe we'll expend $34 million?
No, not before 30 June. Definitely not. There'll be carryovers.
Will that have an impact on our day labour charge that we are allocating to grant funding?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are quite a lot of programs that are now in tender or have just been concluded in the tender process. So it is anticipated that we will get a significant body of work, probably not get to the $34 million. And we are capitalising as much of the work as we possibly can. Our teams, particularly the road network at the moment, is heavily underway until the end of March. And then we have other programs that will come in, like the pipelines, etc., before the end of June. And we are focusing on those programs that have got funding that are ending at the end of June. So there will be a lot of work happening, and there's a lot of tender activity happening right now. We will do some more, quite a lot more, but it probably won't be the 34.
Thank you. I look forward to the report on what doesn't get done. Page 190. Could you provide details of the Harden Water Capital Program, the $590,000 or $579,000 decrease in the Dugong Reservoir, Galong Reservoir, Wombat Reservoir, $1 million of water main replacement works?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we went out for an expression of interest on some funding because this wasn't going to be enough to do the reservoirs. We were successful in securing to be able to go into round 2. Councillors were advised that the closing date for that funding application was the 15th of January, and we've put in a substantial amount of money in that funding application. We await the outcome of that funding application so that we can do all the reservoirs as a single package. The Harden water main renewal, we are yet to identify all the water mains, so we believe we wouldn't get to all of them because we generally use our own labour or sometimes contractors, and that's why we've reduced that by 1 million.
So the money will be rolled over rather than decreased, or is it?
The money will be rolled over, is the intention.
Right. On the Galong Reservoir, I did ask at the time that we voted for it that, for example, Pioneer water tanks are the same size. I think we were quoted, I can't remember now, it was 200 and something thousand. A Pioneer water tank of the same size is about 40,000. And you were going to take it on notice to get back to us why it wouldn't, a similar design tank wouldn't be suitable for potable water. Do we know whether?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would have to bring that back. We did have a look at the designs of when we did the bid, because for this application, we had to do a detailed business case. We did look at the designs, and I don't have the information with me right now, but that was still the best design from what we looked at when we did the engineering works around that so that we could do the application.
Okay. Page 191, the internal reserves, 5.225 million. Could we be provided with details of what money is internally restricted, or what the internal restrictions are for?
Sure. Yep.
For the next council meeting, please.
Yes.
Page 192. Other income, line 115, and then line 120, other income of 384,920, and operating grants and contributions of 335,000. Are you able to detail what they relate to?
Sure.
Seems a lot of money under other income.
Sure. Yep.
Investing funds, capital works, proposed adjustment of it's under 215. Proposed adjustment of 3.7 million, 3.769 million. What does that relate to?
So are you referring to the capital grants?
It says investing fund flows, capital works. So it probably, I don't know whether it's a capital grant, but it's been expended. It's under proposed adjustments of 3.769.
Yeah, coming off the capital report. So that's an increase of the capital works program.
And what does it relate to?
Well, I'd have to go through the report and extract that out for you.
Right here. Right.
I'll do a report for you. Yeah, I'll have to get it out of the capital works program.
Okay.
The detail.
Look, I'll have to find the other one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, question in regard to actual format of these documents. Given that I've been very studious, I've been reading the OLG's actual quarterly budget review statement for New South Wales local government, and I note the any change to a budget must be approved by councillors and council, and need to be aware. Councillors need to be aware that by resolving to accept the QBRS, they are approving the changes as proposed. It is therefore important that councillors understand the impact of any recommended change and take into account the cumulative impact of quarterly budget revisions. To determine the impact of these cumulative revisions on the original budget, the statements will include all approved changes to the budget in previous quarters. And to assist councillors in that, the original budget plus approved budget changes in the previous quarters equals the revised budget as you go across. The revised budget plus recommended changes in this quarter equal the projected. So that's all very good. I note that first of all, question relates to all of the carryovers. Have all the carryovers been applied to the QBR?
Yes, they have.
When were they applied?
So we carry out from last year
to
this year.
Yeah,
the carry outs which you've approved.
When did council apply those? When were they approved?
that have been provided in the May report to council.
I don't believe that they could have been because council was still in the current financial year.
Yeah, no,
The carryovers would have to be included in this current budget, so that'd have to be September, wouldn't it?
September quarter, correct.
That's when the report came to council.
Yeah.
So it was, well, it didn't approve anything in May, actually approved it
Yeah, so
September
yeah.
in the current budget.
Yep.
If we go to page 202, can you please explain how the 106325 SCF Harden Museum extension has a zero budget, so there's no money in the budget. There's nothing voted in September, so nothing's come forward. There's certainly nothing voted in December. It's got a budget of 81,295. Where did that come from? And there's the one below that is a couple below it, museum floor replacement. It's the same, zero budget. That's the current year's budget. Nothing in September, nothing in December because we haven't voted it yet. $20,000 in there. So how does that get in there? Because I went back through and I actually looked in the budget, the adopted budget for Hilltops Council, and I can't find any of those figures in there, you know. So where does that 81,295, 20, and there's lots of them in there. I'm going to say 100 or more instances. I got sick of running through them. I'll be quite truthful. I marked out many of them, and then I thought this is maddening because the Office of Local Government, the boss, the big boss, says to determine the impact of these cumulative revisions on the original budget, the statements will include all approved changes to the budget in previous quarters. Well, I can't see any approved changes. I can't even see a budget, and all of a sudden, $85,000 appears out of thin air.
But Councillor Armstrong, they were in the September QBR that came to council.
No, they're not, councillor. They can't be because I look in the column here that says QBR is September, and that's zero, so they can't be in there. Okay.
I'm sorry.
If this document is correct, if indeed it is incorrect, then you are 100% correct.
I think if I'm just looking at the columns at the top. The format has been applied for years. I think on the capital program statement, I think the column for carried forward is not there. I think it may be a hidden column. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Then I don't see how council can possibly accept these documents because they are fundamentally incorrect when you look at what the Office of Local Government says they should include.
I have to disagree with you there, councillor. If you've already approved them in September, the current budget is the current budget that was approved, notwithstanding it's not disclosed. But I'm in your hands to vote it down.
Mr. General Manager, I'll remind you I voted against that, and it was voted down at the original council meeting, and a special meeting had to be held. I voted against it on both occasions because I believe that once again this is wrong, and the Office of Local Government says it's wrong, and those figures should be shown in there. Otherwise, if it is not misleading, I'm not suggesting it's misleading by intention, but it's certainly highly misleading that an account, and I'll pick this one out, $81,295 can suddenly appear when there's no budget in there. Because if what you're saying is correct, then let's go down to page 205 and look at job 600361, information technology, audio visual equipment in the chambers. Now, you'll note that last year there was $30,000 in the budget, didn't get spent, didn't get voted as a carried forward either. Yet strangely enough, there's nothing in the budget there. We've got $40,000, which is $30,000 as a carried forward, plus $10,000, which was voted in September. Well, I can't see the $30,000 anywhere in there. So how does it get to $40,000? I mean, I don't think you can have it both ways.
Are you referring to the chambers upgrade, are you?
I'm referring to the fact that is entirely misleading. No budget plus $10,000 equals 40. That's not mathematics as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Sorry. I apologise.
600361, I see, yeah.
No. Councillors, I just can't see how you can support this. If there's a column missing, then bring the column out and put the figures in the column it's supposed to be in accordance with the Office of Local Government's guidelines. Because at the moment they're not there. And if you can tell me that and I'll pick another one just to bring it here. Here's a good one. 105030 on page 205. Plant replacement construction heavy. Here's one that makes sense. $1,180,000. Budget $1,180,000. Fantastic. That makes entirely makes sense. But when we go up to above there, CCTV upgrade for the sewage treatment works, no budget, nothing in September, obviously nothing in December, $20,000 in the budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor, on page 200 of the report that was taken back to council at the extraordinary meeting, it is clearly stated that the carryover quarterly budget review capital program statement of the 81,295, there is a separate column there that dictates that. I present to you
this report.
No, in the report that was approved at the end of November for the budget. And so that is the current budget that you have approved, councillors. That is not disclosed here, councillors. I'm sorry if it's misleading that the information is not there.
Sorry, Mr. General Manager, but to read the guidelines, they're supposed to be shown in the columns.
They are shown through the columns. It is current budget. The current budget is approved, including that figure that was approved in the September quarterly budget. That it's not disclosed in detail here. We can provide that additional detail in future reports.
If the current budget is listed as zero, then what's the current budget? Zero?
The original budget was zero. The current budget includes the carryovers that's not disclosed here, but it was disclosed in September. For the September quarterly budget that was disclosed in the November meeting. Then why has been disclosed? It is disclosed in the current budget, which was approved in September.
It's not disclosed in the QBR September column on the capital, on the detailed capital.
No, because it wasn't a quarterly budget. It was a carryover that was disclosed in the November part. It has been disclosed and it has been.
It had to be adopted by council.
It was adopted by council in the November meeting.
As a carryover or an adjustment to the budget?
As a carryover.
As a
carryover and as disclosed in the November document, which was the September.
I should contact the Office of Local Government tomorrow and ask them whether these are their publication is current. I don't accept that reading at all. In actual fact, I believe that this document is within itself misleading and difficult to read. I shall not be supporting it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. And thank you to GM for your explanation.
Just on that point,
Councillor
in regard to when we had the second meeting to get the QBR through before and it was rushed in front of us and basically, yep, we had to sign off on this and that's okay. So we did that. But I do take on Councillor Armstrong's point about, okay, it's been budgeted for, and we agree with that, the document's there. I do also highly believe it should be in this document when it comes to us tick off as an accurate and correct document. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. So is it possible, Mr. GM, that for the next one, that it includes?
Certainly we include another carryover column that's included in the current budget. Absolutely.
Well, on that point, imagine Joe Blow, rough name, in the public domain, and these documents are difficult at the best of times, but they would have run their nut finger down there and say, oh, there's nothing there, there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Oh, to date they got, and there's a budget over there. They might not have been watching our extraordinary meeting where we signed that off. So we're accepting these documents as councillors, but they're going out to our community to go through. And, you know, they run down there and they say, well, can you explain that to me? And that's the part that gets difficult for councillors to talk to their community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we make an amendment that it's accepted with the missing column printed?
We can reissue the reports with the approved column from the carryovers from the previous report that was approved, certainly.
And does that mean that we cannot pass?
We can
this?
certainly adopt this because the current budget, as approved, and the forecast budget is what's presented to you based upon what has already been approved by council. There's nothing in this document that has not been approved by council.
Right. So, but we can include that.
Can we reissue as a public document? We can have that the carry forward budget that was approved for the September quarterly budget review being put in the public document of the quarterly budget review and available on the website.
Madam Mayor, that doesn't seem consistent with the Office of Local Government's templates. In actual fact, there is nowhere on those templates at all where carryovers are mentioned. It does say very clearly, notes original budget plus or minus approved budget changes in previous quarters, which would be any carry forward or new amounts written in, equals the revised budget. The revised budget plus or minus any recommended changes in the current quarter, or this quarter, equals the projected year-end result. What I'm saying is that when you read that detailed capital statement there, you've got figures in there that say that the current budget original budget is zero.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the original budget is zero, councillor, which was approved in the September quarterly budget review that was adopted in November. It has been adopted. This is the budget as approved by you. That detail is not there. It is still approved. The original budget.
Oh.
The current budget is correct.
I'm sorry.
Well, I can't say any more, councillor. It's an opinion. I'll just be arguing tit for tat for you.
Because the budget that's displayed in there is zero. There are zero changes, and to develop a revised budget that is entirely different without showing where the money comes from, doesn't make sense.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. If you're not happy to accept that amendment, I'm happy to put forward an amendment because I did go back to the September QBR when it didn't make sense, and I realised that the carryovers column hadn't been included. So I'm very happy to put that point C forward as an amendment, and we can vote on that and then go with the next one if that's all right.
Okay, let's.
If somebody will second that.
Madam Mayor, before you go, Mayor, I think Councillor Stedmeyer had his hand up 15 minutes ago.
Pardon me, Councillor Stedmeyer.
I've just got to say I agree with Councillor Armstrong on this, that we can't have columns missing and accept it as a valid budget. It doesn't make any sense. Councillor Armstrong and I are in agreement going to report all the other councillors to the Office of OLG tomorrow for approving this when it doesn't have a column if they so do so. I hope that all the councillors vote with Councillor Armstrong and this be put off until the correct and properly formatted documents put in front of us. It's farcical to expect councillors to agree to approve things that aren't there and that have just appeared. I totally agree with Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Councillor Stedmeyer. Let's sort this out. So we have the resolution there, A and B. We also have an amendment. Am I correct in stating this?
Somebody will second.
That we need to a mover of the amendment, and we need to vote on the amendment.
That's correct.
So we need a seconder for Councillor Dodd's amendment. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, and we will vote on that. Do you want to speak to it before we do, or?
As a relatively new councillor, it didn't make sense to me, and so I was able to go back and look at the previous one. So I feel that councillors who have been here for a long time, maybe they should have thought of that too. Like I said, I've seen it. I went back, I had a look. It didn't make sense. Went back, had a look. It was there in the September QBR that we approved in November. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I think that within itself demonstrates the fact that the average person in the street is not going to understand this. If councillors can't understand it and they have to go back and refer to other documents, then all I can say is near enough must be good enough for this council, because that document that we see there now, we should be able to track based upon the recommendations of the Office of Local Government. We should be able to track all of the changes from the original budget, every single change back through to the current budget, and we can't, because quite simply they're not in there.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. All right, if there's no further comment, I will put it to the vote. This is we're voting on the amendment, all right, to include C. So those in favour? Five, six. Those against? Okay, the amendment's been carried. So, yes, so the amendment's through. So let's go back to the motion, and that is A, B, and C. Receive and note the December quarterly budget review, adopt the recommended variations for the Hilltops Council budget as set out in the December 2023 Hilltops Council quarterly budget review, and carry forward budget approved September QBR be placed in the current QBR and placed on the website. Is that right? Okay, we're voting on this now. Okay, and we have.
I'd like to speak against it, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Do we have another? We did. Dot and Fitzgerald. All right. Yes, Councillor Ingram.
Look, I speak against the motion and the amended motion in the vein that I mentioned before, and Councillor Dodd mentioned that she went back and looked at September and found those details, and that's all well and good. My point I made earlier on is this document is for us so we can make decisions with our budgets in council, but it's also reporting to our community. How many people in our community have be able to go back? I've been back on our hub several times, and that's another matter later. You try and line up council meetings on the hub and see how you go. I know they're on our website, but it takes ages to get to the page. I'll digress a bit there, but the community widespread have no chance of understanding if they want to be thorough. And there's some people out there that are going through these things pretty closely, especially more recently, looking at our financial stuff, that would not be able to go back and comprehend how this document is presented. So that's the reason that I feel uneasy. I voted against the QBO once before because I didn't believe that it had the required information in there to make things sensible and actually add up for me. So on those grounds, Madam Mayor, I'll have to oppose this amended motion. Thank you.
Can't hear a thing.
Those against. Oh, pardon me, those against. Thank you. All right, it is passed. Thank you. We'll move on to the next one.
Councillor Stagmuller, I think he lost volume. He was against.
He was against. All right, the next one, we'll move on to 12.7. 2410 cash and investment report as at 31st December 2023. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Do I have a seconder?
Second that with a question or two.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. I'll ask Councillor Ingram, you moved it. Have you got a question first? All right, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, just in terms of getting some clarity on these documents, just help me through this if you could, Director. On pages 221 and 222, there's on 221, there's a total of 43 million plus. On 222, there's a total of 4 million plus. adding up to 48 million. Are those two added together?
Yes, they are, yeah.
Well, they didn't really add up to the number there. It's just arithmetic, that's all. Just look at the last digit, a 0 and a 3 doesn't add up to 4.
Yep. It's rounding off the spreadsheet, yeah, I need to check it and fix it. Yeah.
No, it's a little bit more than that.
Right.
Okay. That's just an example of that's obviously okay. And it's just trying to work through these documents, going back to previous months and so forth. I take Councillor Dodd's position as a new member of council trying to develop an understanding of these documents.
Yeah,
clarity is important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillor. If there are no more questions, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Is that 4, councillor Stedman? Yep.
4.
Thank you. It was unanimous. Right, moving on to 12.8. 12.11 Cash and Investment Report as at 31st, 2024. Thank you, councillor Flannery. A seconder?
Seconder with a question.
Okay, councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Flannery, have you got a question? Okay, councillor Fitzgerald.
This one's out by over $2 million. And that's, I think it just, yeah, I can't deal with figures that don't seem to add up properly if they could. So I'll just point that out.
I congratulate you, councillor, on pointing it out. The importance of these symptomatic problems are growing.
Question to Councillor Fitzgerald. I recognise the statement you just made, but yet you supported a QBR that didn't add up. I don't understand that.
Understand what?
Are
you talking about my inconsistency? I believe that the amendment dealt with the inconsistency.
I don't understand the original statement.
That item's been dealt with, councillors. Point of order.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, councillor Ingram.
My apologies, Madam Mayor. I forgot that it had been dealt with.
I'm sure you did. Thanks. Councillor Armstrong. All right. Let's go on to
Just before you do that, Madam Mayor, could I raise the question of, is it a mathematical error or are those numbers not correct that are actually there?
Through Madam Mayor, through the CFO.
Councillor.
On my ad now they've done it, the 43,731,470 plus the 7.9 million comes to 51,637 million at the end of January, not 48,637.
Then on that note, could I move an amendment
Yes.
to the motion that says we accept the amended calculations?
Thank you, councillor Ingram.
The mover, the original mover, is happy with that. Who's the mover?
Councillor Flannery and Councillor Fitzgerald.
Councillor
Councillor
Flannery,
Flannery, are you happy with that?
Yes.
All right.
I'm happy with that. That's the motion.
Yep, I understand. So that the motion now is that council receive the statement of cash and investments as of 31st, accepting the amendment, the amended calculations. Is that acceptable?
Can you list the quantum there, please? Otherwise, there's no calculations to review.
Yep, calculation of 51,637,495.
Okay, acceptable. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous.
No.
Oh,
Yes.
pardon me. Oh. Those against? Councillor Armstrong. Thank you, councillors. Move on to 12.10.
12.9.
12.9. There you go. 12.9, 24.12, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors report. Do I have a mover? Thank you, councillor Ingram, and thank you, councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Ingram, do you want to make any? No? All right. Anybody?
In the,
Councillor Armstrong.
on page 229, I note in the sundry debtors table that the overdue 4 months to a year is 249,053 with 56 accounts. In the following report, we're going to see a dramatic increase. Now, I'm just wondering whether we can get an update on the work being done there. And when we get to the next report, I'm going to ask what's caused that increase, $10,000 increase.
You're referring to the December compared
Can
with
we get an update on what's happened up to the 31st of December?
we're pursuing all the rates debtors as much as we can. And in fact, I've got about 3 people today who have been issued with court notices, and obviously I'll meet with them and we'll try and enter into payment plans. So we are diligently, I think I said this before, diligently out there sending, and obviously as each month goes on, and some of those offenders are going to go from the 3 months to the 4 months to the 5 months, where that when I look at the report, we can't do any more than what we're doing. We're currently putting these debts in the hands of the outstanding collections company and pursuing them to the fullest. So I mean that's the situation, and that's happening actively all the time. Every week we're actually issuing further debt collection notices. Sometimes we'll stall this week to next week, given the rates that the volume of receipts are coming in this week, but then we'll pursue it again the following week. So that's exactly what's happening.
So now I understand you did explain to us that you would stagger it to a certain extent just because of the volume of work.
I have to do that. We're obviously concentrating on those big debts and particularly the aged debts. So they're definitely the ones that we are focusing on at the moment. Notwithstanding the fact, I think I mentioned at the briefing that, the briefing on Monday, that we've got to do a bit more work in the water area. There's a lot of people who do not pay their water bills. That's a big issue for us.
Okay, thank you, Director. If there are any more questions, if not, yes, Councillor Flannery.
What percentage of the non-payers are recidivists? Recidivists.
I'd have to take that on notice, but certainly. So today I've had 3 people already where we've pursued them in court. Apparently one fellow was wife was worried because he was going to I actually spoke to him and said, look, settle, I'll meet you in 2 weeks' time. I'm on annual leave next week. I can only deal with these personally on a one-on-one as they're required. There's been a lot of people, I think I mentioned the briefing, a lot of people have gone into payment plans. One of the things we've got to do, we've got to start enforcing these payment plans when people break them.
But the question was, what percentage of them are repeat offender?
I'd have to get that information out for you. And there's quite a few, quite a lot.
Point of order.
I've no idea what that.
Well, the director's just potentially exposed confidential information. Can I ask that he take his seat and we move on?
I'm not sure. I will ask for advice here.
I'm not sure we can request.
You'll find yourself in court if you're not careful.
I think the CFO corrected himself and apologised and retracted. It is an error.
It's a bit late for that now.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he can take his seat.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Madam
Councillor
Mayor,
Henry?
Mr. G, through you, Madam Mayor, to the GM Director, surely we should have a pretty good handle on what percentage of non-payers are repeat offenders. I mean, that's the root cause of the problem. If you've got the same people bleeding, I mean, doesn't that go to the heart of the problem? But until you work out, it's been like saying, oh, there's an oil leak in the tractor, we've never bothered looking at where it is.
If there's a repeat offender, as you call them, I'm going through the stages of first reminder, second reminder, letter of demand, off to outstanding collections, for an examination notice or appear in court. Some of these are quite old. The repeat offenders tend to be those that break a payment arrangement, if I can put it that way. Any repeat offender that sits on here and does, well, we're actually, I'm taking them right to the fullest. So I'm not ignoring repeat offenders. Some of those people may have repeat offended in the past, no question about that, when you look at stuff sitting here over 5 years of age. But repeat offenders...
I'm not saying you're ignoring them. I'm simply saying if the majority is with repeat offenders and it's growing there, well, then we've got to attack that. If we're getting more ratepayers that are not paying, well, then we've got to bring it in. I mean, we're better off having 30 ratepayers not paying than having it grow by 5% annually. And you either don't know the figures or you're not telling us. What I'm trying to get to is the number of ratepayers growing, or is it limited to the same number by and large?
I'd have to go through these reports and pull out the numbers, but all I can say to you is a repeat offender is not being a repeat offender now. I'm pursuing those to the fullest, which is a court notice.
Can we get details on what the numbers are in real terms and whether they're growing or whether we're closing the gap?
Yep, okay.
Okay.
So in the next report, you'll see that we're not closing the gap. We're actually, the gap's increasing. For the sundry debtors.
Yeah.
GM. So just through you, Madam Mayor, just a point of procedure, taking on board Councillor Stadmiller's concerns, we have the opportunity to remove that statement that was made before the recording of the feed goes out. Yes, it has gone out as a live feed. However, we can remove it, just to let you know that we will edit that out before it goes on public record.
Don't worry, I'll be sure to tell him.
When I say just one thing in relation to total debtors, as at September was 21 million, now it's 15.3. So in total, but there are some areas of concern which I'm dealing with. We're not ignoring these debts.
All right, thank you. All right, let's get moving. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Stadmiller, are you paying attention? Thank you. So,
no, I'm not really paying attention. I could probably go and clean the dog cage at the moment, the way this meeting's being run, but I'll vote against it.
well, thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. I'll take that on board. All right, those in favour, let me have that again. Everyone. Councillor Stadmiller is against.
Now we move on.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Let's move on to 1210, 2413. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Oh, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. All right, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors. Councillor Ingram, do you want to make any comment?
No.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, it's just worth noting that the overdue 2 to 5 years and overdue 5 years are decreasing, and that's a positive, and you can work that way through. So well done to the staff responsible for reducing that.
Thank you. If there, Councillor Armstrong.
Madam Mayor, once again, I go back to the sundry debtors and note that there's an increase in the fourth category, the fifth category, the increase of from 19 to 56. That's a pretty big number. Pretty big increase there. From 56 to 63, then from 34 to 60, 36, from 47 to 53 in the overdue 2 to 5 years, and the last one was still 22. So what we're actually seeing is that people are perhaps paying their short-term debts, but when it gets to the long-term debtors, we're actually seeing them growing there. They're not decreasing. So I think that I actually believe that there's further measures need to be taken in that regard, and perhaps engaging an external collections agency and placing the whole bundle with them would reduce the workload for staff and perhaps improve the performance of our collections.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
Madam Mayor, to the Director, for the next meeting, in relation to those numbers, could we get details of what the actual number of ratepayers are? I mean, it may well be that there's 20 ratepayers that fit into every category.
You refer sundry debtors, that'll be mostly leases, licenses.
For the whole lot of them, how many actual ratepayers are there in each of the?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Everybody ready? I'll put the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 1211. 2414, information system status. 2024. Councillor Flannery. And a seconder, please.
I'll second it if there's no explanation from the director when we move on, because the explanation's been the same the last 6 meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. We already have a seconder, so thank you. Councillor Flannery, do you want to ask a question?
Yes, under on page 236, item 4, the B strategies to visit the council and develop a project plan with milestones. So I think this has been on the agenda for a while, and first quarter of financial year 2024. So we're a month from the end of the first quarter. Have we made any movement in relation to that?
That task I'm proposing will need to be factored into the financial improvement strategy when we've done our definitions around our service codes and our asset management strategy. In relation to that, that's a big project. There are other councils that have got that in place. It's an integration of all the modules. That's not straightforward. That's a big project.
Yeah, but you wrote this.
Sorry?
You wrote this. This is what you said you were going to do. I think this goes back to September or October.
Correct. I'd rather defer that actual strategy right now, because I want to get these other things in place first. The accounts payable is about to start. I've got further XL1 training, which we've been using for the service line reporting. And we're also doing some work on the people and safety, where we're actually modifying our programs, which is stated in the financial strategy report.
So we're deleting
I'm proposing that I'd want to delay the asset management module, particularly while we have the financial sustainability strategy happening right now.
Councillor Armstrong.
Madam Mayor, there's no two ways about it that asset management component of the Technology One software is going to be a big change from the way that things are done and have been done. There'll be significant reliance upon the data to be 100% correct, because you won't be working in a spreadsheet if it's not right. However, it does concern me that for the last several years, the auditors have expressed their concerns about our assets being managed out of and run out of spreadsheets. I believe that there needs to be a single source of truth for this, and this project is pivotal to our ongoing success with our sustainability as well. Because if we can't manage our assets, we can't develop things like asset management plans. We can't set our service levels. I actually believe that the asset management software or system is going to be pivotal to us being able to move forward with other projects, because so many of the services that we provide, so much of the work that we do relates to assets. And if we don't know about our assets, we don't know what we've got. I go back to the one pager that was supplied back in 2022, and I know that there's more than one page. I guess we're no further ahead. I actually believe that this should have the number one priority of a team that specifically dedicated to bring it to fruition. Otherwise, near enough's good.
Thank you, councillor.
Do you have a comment, Mr. General Manager?
In relation to the prioritisation of the projects?
And the criticality of having the asset management, well, it seemed to be critical at the time that we implement the enterprise asset management suite. I did ask at the time whether we capable of doing it.
I think it is an essential component that forms the platform, has been highlighted both through these reports and also through the financial improvement strategy. I think it needs to be done right. We can't do it half-baked. So I will support the CFO within the timing of it to make sure that we get it right and roll it out in this manner.
What sort of time frame would you be looking at, CFO?
Having had a discussion with the team and with Technology One, their Technology One suggestion is that they would look after the configuration, and then we would be responsible for getting all the process maps, everything set up, doing all the user acceptance testing. I would prefer that then, I put first, but I prefer that then is net right now to be delayed till after 30 June, when we get the accounts out of the road, and we're actually looking at, we've actually got our service line codes defined. So once that occurs, we can start planning for this, but I do want to get some of the other efficiencies in place through improved reporting and including the e-invoicing, where I can actually free up some resources. Take for example the revenue function, they're flat out. It's just non-stop with hundreds of reminder notices. I think I said this at the briefing. I can't go and release 5,000. I've heard the comments. I just can't go and release 5,000 reminder notices and have the place, Sarah's area, customer service and the rate team, they would not be able to handle the volume. It's just not possible. I'll put that on the table right now. It's just not possible to deal. And already we've just foreshadowed sale of land. That's in place now. Obviously, that was advertised last Friday. But I'm making that comment. This requires a lot of planning. This requires getting the team together, the infrastructure team. I can consider bringing a report back next week about how we move forward on this and the timing. If that's the process, I need to obviously meet with all the other directors and discuss the level of involvement and investment we need. I haven't got any costs off Tech One in relation to configuration requirements.
Mr. General Manager, the whole thing concerns me. I mean, we voted on a financial improvement strategy, and now we're voting on a financial deed improvement strategy, because we're basically saying we can't cope with collection of outdated revenue, and the collections, the outstanding money is growing by the month. So every day we put it off, our problem's getting bigger. I mean, we actually need to sit down and work out how we're going to do it. And maybe sending out 5,000 notices and getting them out to the public is the best way to deal with it. And we've just got to deal with the stomachache. I mean, at 6.5% interest, not only is it costing us time, it's costing us a lot of money. I mean, I don't see that delaying the problem is actually a good strategy. I think we've got it actually. I mean, you know, far be it from me to say, but if you want to improve your business, you start today, not tomorrow. You want to lose weight, you don't start tomorrow, you start today.
Thank you, Councillor.
I just only mention again that the total debtors at 30 September was 21 million. At the end of December, it's 15.3.
The numbers are growing, it's on the paper. Anyway, I mean, you're saying that you said we couldn't handle it. I mean, I think maybe we should give it a try.
But that's part, I take your point that you are staging it and you are working at it and we are getting it. Yes.
It's a continuous process.
It is. All right. Have a report there. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Houston, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd. It appears that Councillor Stadmiller has left. Against?
Against?
Councillor
Ingram,
Councillor
Flannery,
Flannery,
and Councillor Armstrong.
Armstrong.
All right, thank you. It's carried. Okay, we'll go to 12.12, 24.15, additional 2023, 2024 fees and charges. Do I have a mover for this, please?
Move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram and Councillor Flannery. Councillor Ingram,
No,
do you want to make a comment?
all good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Flannery. All right. Anybody else? Oh, pardon me. Councillor Foreman? No? All right, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
Councillor Stadmiller has
left.
So.
All right, we will go to 12.13, 24.16 draft Hilltops Council naming policy. Councillor Foreman, would you like to? Yes, but you'll move this and.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald seconded. Councillor Foreman, you've got the floor.
I just have a question in regarding the consultation and community engagement program. What will that consist of? Like, will the community have to answer questions on history or like what would that look like?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so it's going to be a multi-pronged engagement program. We're going to do a series of social media posts to make people aware of the opportunity to submit names to the pre-approved registers list. We're going to encourage them to refer to the geographic names board criteria because there's no use us getting names that are going to be knocked out straight away. We're also going to talk to local history groups, the LAUC and others specifically to encourage them to provide names. And so the key reference point is the criteria on page 245, where we've got the 6 name selection. We'll be encouraging people to consider those as they come up with their suggestions.
So if the general person in the public wants to name a recreation hall or something or whatever, they would submit their name and what detail?
Yeah. So name and a case for why we should consider it. Then that long list will be brought to council for you to consider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. No other questions. I'll put it. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Councillors, it's 7:20, at 7:30. I'll put it to vote, but I think we all need a 10-minute break. We still have a bit of to go. I move that now? Or just wait. All right, I'll move it at the time at 7:30. Okay, I'm just giving you warning then. Okay. All right, let's move on to 12:14. Thank you.
Was the question.
And thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Just
Councillor Flannery?
a correction that I'm pretty sure Dr. Charles Rowe wasn't here from 1959 to 1956. I don't think he went backwards, but anyway.
No, you're quite right.
That's probably 66, I would suggest.
Madam Mayor, should we perhaps review the recommendation in light of the new paper rather than looking at the old one?
Yes. Hold on.
It becomes redundant.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so you would have seen in the supplementary paper that went out, we wish to substitute the Rose Street with Wall Street. And again, this is a name that's in our current young pre-approved list. And the reason for this is that when we did on the planning portal on the names, there are two phases. There's a preliminary check and then a final one. And when this report was first prepared, Rose Street had made the grade, but when we did the detailed one, it been identified the conflict with Crow Road. So we went back to the applicant. They suggested this name. We've done the preliminary check again, and that passed. So we're proposing that the names be swapped, and we'll go out on exhibition for public comment.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? All right, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Right, 12:15, 24:18, development application stats as at January 2024. Do I have it? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Ingram. Councillor Armstrong, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 257, DA 20220197, 48 Smith Street, Harden, subdivision 15 residential lots in Euros. Has there been any movement?
Madam Mayor, I'm delighted to say there has been movement. It is under assessment, and we anticipate to get it to the next council meeting for your consideration.
Hoorah! The next page, on page 258, DA 20230062, subdivision 10 lots, and new road on the Back Creek Road. Any movement there?
To you, Madam Mayor, it's still under assessment at the moment. I do know that it's getting closer to a report being ready for your consideration.
Looking maybe at next month.
I won't want to hand on heart say, but we're aiming for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other, Councillor?
Sorry. Page 258, the 799 Maringo Road, the clock's been stopped for 245 days and they're not proceeding with the application, or? Yeah.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so at the moment, it stopped the clock because the landowner's consent is required and the land is held under estate. So we did send a final stop the clock request at the end of last year, and and so if we don't get a response within in the very near future, we'll then be refusing it.
Councillor Dodd.
I'd just like to say I appreciated the explanatory table, which I don't think's been there before. But I also wondered about just adding clock stopped and external referrals as two little things that would go in there, because that's in every everyone, but thank you. I thought that was a great initiative.
And councillor Ingram, my apologies.
No, you're right, Madam Mayor, you're right. I just
Left
got
you
a
out.
question in regard to the reporting of DAs and the question I asked before, which I haven't received an answer to yet. And I know it's been a little break over Christmas, but I asked the question in regard to all DA applications in regard to private certifiers and just where have we got any measures at all about checking on the compliance of the certificates those private certifiers are handing out to businesses. I don't know if council's been able to take any advice on that at the moment or not, but happy to ask the question. And if not, well, I'll leave the question on notice and you can come back to me with it. I'm happy for that to happen.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have an update at this point in time.
Because a particular parcel that I'm talking about, I'll refer you offline as I'm aware there's another major structure being put there and I don't remember seeing a DA coming through at all, but I could have missed it. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes,
I have
councillor
a question,
Fitzgerald.
Director. Page 260, DA 2023/0188. Could I have a clarification of what are two tiny homes?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so a tiny home is a small compact dwelling. There's definitions which relate to that, and it's essentially to do with size and the way that the dwelling is serviced and the likes. You know. We do, through you, Madam Mayor, we do actually have on our website a guide to the building of tiny homes. We published it a few months ago, and I can direct you here. So.
Just one other question, and this is just a comment also. DA 2023/0171.
I'm sorry, Councillor, what page is that?
On page 259, which happens to be the medical centre. Are we far off? Is that far off being approved?
Yep, so through Madam Mayor, so yes, it's on stop the clock. There's a range of issues we've gone back on. So the setback, the parking, the contributions are issues to consider. We sent our most recent stop the clock, which is the second of 3 warnings, on the 21st of December. So it's
okay. Thank you, because I'm just commenting because it's a much needed service, and I did talk to someone from our medical centre the other day, and they've lost the registrar, which is 100 appointments a week that has to be put onto onus onto other doctors. So just thought it was worth a mention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. If there are no more questions, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Okay, thank you. All right, unanimous. Thank you. Now, we will put it to vote. Those in favour? Oh, we did put it to vote.
Right.
Oh, yes, I was just about to say, thank you, Mayeka. Do we want to try and get through the next one before 7:30? We've got about 3 minutes. Okay. There's a fair bit. No, I think we really need. We've been going for 3 hours. That's further, but let's finish with 12, 16, 24. Big one. All right, let's go. It's the subdivision, one lot into 2, 112 Kelly's Road, Young, and the recommendation is there. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Flannery, and seconder, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Flannery, first you moved it. Have you got a question? No, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. My only concern is that I note that there's pesticide residue testing that's been undertaken. That's been undertaken for building a house rather than across the whole of the lot. Now, this DA is for a subdivision, not the building of a house. So, is there further pesticide residue testing required, given that it's only been undertaken in a relatively small area? Because the house might actually be built somewhere entirely different, where there's been no pesticide undertaken.
So through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding is that the assessment is done in anticipation that there is a dwelling going to be there, so it focuses on where building platforms are likely to be. But I should take it on notice in terms of the detail as to the adequacy of that, or whether there's a requirement for additional work to be done.
Does that then not mean that council may condition the construction of a dwelling to limit it to those areas where pesticide testing has been done?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's a possibility that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Just one question. In regards to it, could I have some detail on page 311? Is that a photo of the property at night or something else?
That's the application itself. Let's have a look.
I've been here.
It's just a redacted item, but it's what I like, and I like the.
Right, we take that. It's a bit of black humour. Okay. Put it to the vote, the GM saying. All right, let's put it.
Hold on. If there's an issue of where residences may be constructed because of pesticide residue, how can we approve this? I mean, the director's going to take it on notice. Once you've approved it, you've got no say.
That's the point, Director.
So through you, Madam Mayor, this is an application to approve the subdivision. There are subsequent applications for the construction of the dwelling, and that's where that would be picked up into.
So you can make recommendations or considerations as to where a house may be constructed post subdivision.
So at this stage, you're determining whether the site is suitable for subdivision, and part of that is assuring that there is a building platform and it's been done. So that would tie to the testing that had been done. Whether the specific location or realisation of one or other options in terms of those building platforms is a matter for the DA for the construction of the dwelling.
Okay, thank you, Director. Right, let's put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Sunry against? Councillor Mackie, were you for?
I was for.
Oh, you were for, so it's unanimous. Okay, thank you. All right, it is 7:30. We need a vote to have a break of 10 minutes, 15. 10 minutes. Moved by Councillor Me and second by Councillor Dodd. Those in favour? Well, that's the point. We've been here for 3 hours.
Right, for 10 minutes.
You can leave it any time you like. You don't have to have a 10-minute
But if it's a 10-minute break, then you.
Take a second.
Sorry, those were against.
All right, those against? All right, we keep going. It was lost. We keep going. Okay. Let's go to 12:18.
Move the recommendation.
Happy to second it. We did it. We did it. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, second by Councillor Hinton.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry, I did try. Okay, second at England, Councillor Hinton.
Just a question, Madam Mayor, page 416. 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph down the report provides the outcome of the review of the Hilltop sponsorship policy, and contributions and indentations as per resolution. Is that meant to be donations or is there indentations that I'm not aware of?
It should be through Madam Mayor, donations.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Armstrong, do you want to
Put the vote.
put it to the vote? Okay, I'm with you. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Naki, you're here, unanimous. Righto, let's move on.
So moved.
12, 19, 24, 22. Councillor Flannery moved,
Seconded.
Councillor Armstrong seconded. Any comments?
Yeah, could I just get a response from the director as to the submission? What was the response to the barn store submission?
Well, the submission requested that they be included in the exclusion zone. In other words, they wouldn't be in the alcohol-free zone. And we've had to go back to the police to get their views on it, and we are still awaiting a response from them. So what we've said in the recommendation is that we'll continue to engage with the police to see if they're prepared to include that in the exclusion zone.
Thank you.
Question. Madam Mayor,
Councillor Armstrong.
is the use of the footpath by the barn store an approved use? And is a fee charged for the use of that property?
I'm not aware. We'll have to take that on notice.
All right, well,
Madam Mayor, my concern there is that if it's not an approved use, I don't really see how council can support the application. I'll await the details of the report a bit later on.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this would have to come back to council anyway once we've consulted with the police, and we'll ensure that that detail is included in the report.
okay, thank you. So if it comes back, so. All right, so we undertake further engagement with the New South Wales. Okay, I get you now. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, 12:21.
So moved.
12:20, you're right. Roberts Park Change Room Project. Do I have a mover? Thank you,
I'll second
Councillor
it.
Fitzgerald and Councillor Flannery. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to say?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused about it. It seems like quite a suitable thing, but in the documentation, the wording, it says 2 standard toilets and 6 shower cubicles. The diagram provided has 4 shower cubicles and 4 toilets. Which one are we going with? Is it the diagram or the wording?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that was just a diagrammatic representation. The report also says that once we've engaged with the market, we will advise you at the tender stage that what we're going to be supplying.
Thank you.
This report, through you, Madam Mayor, was merely about the location, particularly, as well as the fact that we just wanted to keep it out of roads, etc. That's what we're really focusing on.
Mayor, I would move an alternate recommendation. However, it's not clear to me what can be moved, but I vehemently oppose the location of this. If it's the area marked on page 432 by the red rectangle, that's the access to the canteen, and it's the entry point for most of the kids playing sport down there on Saturday morning. And for want of a better way of putting it, the upgrade to the pool at Harden, whilst thankful I am that something that's been on the books for 6 years has finally been done, it is such an eyesore, it's beyond belief. When I look at the work that's been done to the young pool, which is aesthetically pleasing, and Royal Pool, when all the change rooms were done up over there, it's aesthetically pleasing. And what we have at Harden is a behemoth ugly. It is so ugly, that shed. You drive into Harden, you come to Roberts Park and you come to the pool, and we have the most monstrous, ugly shed. And I can't believe someone on staff didn't stand back for 5 minutes, let alone 5 seconds, and look at it on the plans. These things unfortunately don't come to council, but we've been fortunate here to be given the details of what's proposed. Whilst it's long overdue to provide change rooms, because for those who are not aware, the building on page 432, which is owned, for want of a better way of putting it, by the Harden Junior Soccer Club, is also used for the visitors' change rooms for men's rugby on a Saturday afternoon. So there's plenty of occasions where the girls have to commingle with senior men's rugby. So it's totally unsuitable, but there is no way should we just plonk another shed at Roberts Park like this. A lot more work needs to be done before this comes back to council, because I can't think of how the memorial pool is going to be fixed. It's not, but unfortunately Harden has to put up with an eyesore. And to me, it just looks like another case of, we better do something for Harden. I'm sorry, but that's exactly how it comes across. Nearly all the grant funding we received in the amalgamation has either been frittered away or badly spent, and this is another example of it.
Councillor Flannery, could I actually, do you have any idea of indication of where, I don't know the particular area, I know roughly where you're talking about, where it might go, or?
Look, incorporation, a reno of the existing building would be the best outcome, or alternatively move it up if it's to be principally for a man. Well, it doesn't solve the problem of the visitors' rugby side not having a change room. So it's not fixing that problem. And it's not clear to me who we're providing showers and cubicles for, because it would seem it's going to be for the visiting rugby team. So why don't we put it up next to the rugby club facilities?
Perhaps that's something staff could look at. Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, one of the considerations of the location is to manage the sewer on that site. The sewer pool is very shallow, and the clubhouse has a on-site sewer system at the top end of the park, and that is definitely not suitable with the location so close to the creek. So we did look at moving it closer to there, but it's not feasible from a sewer servicing perspective. What that would potentially mean, where that location is directly close to where the sewer discharge is. There's not enough fall on that site. The current site, the current building that you see next to that red block just barely makes it, and there's continuous blockages, and we are continuously having to maintain and clean that sewer line. So one of the big considerations of that location was the accessibility to sewer.
Well, thank you for that, but perhaps a more detailed design plan needs to be done of the existing facility to see what renovation. I mean, it'll cost minimum 10, probably 20 to demolish the old toilets. That's 10% of your budget gone. So in all likelihood, this will come back to council saying no attendance approved because you can't do it for the cost. And then we'll have to wait for a grant. But I think a renovation of the existing facility needs to be considered for this to be done properly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did look at renovating the existing building, and that was going to prove to be too costly within the budget limits. We will continue to have a look at it. The recommendation on this paper is to receive and note the report, and we are definitely will come back with more details. We really wanted to consult councillors because we have spoken to the sporting groups. They have identified that they are happy with that location, and that's why we brought it to council.
Can I ask a question? These two rooms, are they male and female, or?
They are male and female.
So it means that visiting teams and home teams are in the one change room. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Stadmiller, good to see you back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I ask what the dimensions are of this? Because it looks like a 40-foot shipping container, only slightly longer. I know that the director is in between a rock and a hard place to try and expend $200,000 or roughly that sort of money to get this job done. But the red squarish shape does not fit the long rectangular shipping container shape, and it's partially on the field. So was that just an inability to not get that to turn slightly further on the axis so it was off the field, or what?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that was merely to indicate the general location. More detailed work will have to be done. We really were consulting about that general location. It will definitely not be on the field, and it will be away from the road. It's probably been put there because the trees are in the way as well, but that's some of the considerations we will do when we look more detailed design.
Yeah, and just the second question, there's obviously extensive tree roots there because some of those trees are about 30 metres high. So I don't know whether that's going to be a problem, whether it should be shifted further to the right, but I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Flannery that it would be better near the clubhouse. There are issues there with the septic. But really, this is something that probably needs more work before it comes back to council. That sort of aerial view doesn't tell us sort of how big the eaves are, what dimensions are, how many players you can even fit in there. You might only be able to fit 10 burly rugby boys in there, or 13 or 14 girls, and that's not even a side. So we need dimensions on this, and we don't even know what the pitch of the roof is. So that could blow the cost out another $50,000 having a pitched roof. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. G.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So would I suggest that receiving that report would B be added at the indulgence of Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Flannery. A further report at B, a further report be brought back to council regarding the project. Just so it's clear that it comes back.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks.
As was indicated by the director.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Yes.
Just in
Councillor
regards to
Armstrong.
the very last, the risk implications. And I've listened to the comments by councillors, and there appears to be some significant exposure at risk across a broad range of areas. And I want to read the statement as the proposed location of the new amenities has been chosen with all risk involved, and the location has been selected to minimise these risks. I'm thinking that perhaps, whilst it doesn't mean a whole heap when it comes to risk implications, we probably should be aware of those. So if the risk assessments for the project could come back to council in that report, then I think there's an opportunity for councillors to feel a modicum of satisfaction or ease that perhaps all of the risks that are identified are appropriate and have had some sort of moderating or softening or treatment, risk treatment applied to them. But at this particular stage, reading their statement, I don't believe that anyone could get any sort of satisfaction out of that.
Okay, so thank you. So what we have receive and note the report and a further report back to council regarding the project with risk assessments. As a C or including the B? With. Yep. Okay.
That's acceptable to Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Flannery with the risk assessment. Yep, thank you.
Okay, so that now becomes motion. Everybody happy? All right, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Thank you, unanimous. Right, let's move on. Since we're not having break, I will have to have something to eat. If you don't mind if I eat a sandwich while I'm here. All right. Let me start this first. 1221, 2424 upgrades to Galong Road intersections. And the recommendation says receive and note the report. Do I have a mover? Councillor Foreman, seconder, Councillor Piper.
I've got a question, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Houston's left the room. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that a further report be, part B, a further report be brought back to council. Because the original report that I requested was seeking details of funds for the Galong Road intersection. And you'll note on the bottom of page 436, or General Manager will, it details Galong Road intersection and signage, 175,966. The report details that 450,000 was in the project budget, including a contingency of 130,000 for a total budget of 580,000. So we refer to 12/17/23/20, which was resolved 23/27, that we approve 175,000 for signage and intersection. I will note that funds came from the roads recovery plus a regional block grant. We get a report that details the resolution of the block grant that obviously made up the difference, because clearly we only voted for 175,000 from the roads recovery.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the budget line item 106502 is the budget line item for the regional road block grant associated with MURRUMBURRAH, and that was the monies that we used to do this intersection.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Where was that, sorry?
106502.
Detail where?
In the quarterly budget review.
So is it detailed in the QBR that it was for the Galong Road intersection?
It is part of the budget line item for regional road block grants, which we use to either upgrade or improve regional roads.
So was it detailed anywhere that it was for this intersection?
Historically, regional road block grants do not come to council.
Thank you, which highlights the fact that at no stage was council made aware that we were spending 580,000 on this intersection, were we?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this was as part of the VPA that we needed to upgrade this road to fulfill the requirements of the VPA, particularly clause 16A.
Madam, through you, Madam Mayor, to the General Manager, the problem I have is one of transparency. I have been asking about funding for this road, I think, for 2 or 3 years, because the work I see doesn't gel with what my mental arithmetic is of cost of doing that work and then what we voted on from council. And when we voted for the roads recovery funding, I thought 175,000 for signage, and I thought, okay, reasonable, but nowhere was it detailed to us the extent of the work that was going to be done. And then the report notes that the work occurred from August until the end of 2023, and copious quantities of soil were dug out and clay was brought back in, copious quantities, excavators fell over and had to be dug out by other excavators. The work went on and on. And I thought, my goodness, where are we getting all the money from to pay for this? Because I'm thought in the back of my head, we allowed for 170,000 for this intersection. But now it's become apparent we use block grant money that we didn't ever vote on. And I accept the director's explanation that they can use it wherever they like. But I think when we ask questions, we're entitled to the full facts of the questions. I mean, why can't we just be told that we've used X and we've used Y? I mean, I've asked and asked and asked for reports on this. I just don't understand why we don't get told the truth in the first place.
If we include B, thank you, Councillor Flannery.
There's no requirement anymore for B because we've been told the truth that it came from a block grant. You didn't vote on it. You didn't get told about it. It just gets allocated. We ran out of money on, I mean, Madam Mayor, there was 5.1 million voted on this. Back then, Sibelco were going to give us 900,000. No one in council did one, and pre any of the directors, no one did one thing, one zap about getting that 900 working kind. Graymont bought it and said, that That wasn't in the title deeds. We don't care about that. So you know what? We've had to go and vote the extra $1 million required for money that could have gone to other roads to do up a road that the then general manager and the then administrator put an application in on behalf of council without anyone knowing about it for a road that no one else gets to use. And you know what? No one from Greymont or Subelco has had to fund 1 cent for this. And when we talk about VPA money, you know who pays for that? The farmers that buy the loan, because they added onto the bill. Not Subelco. And we don't even get the truth about where the money's coming from. This money should be going to other roads in this council.
Thank you. So we're back to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Stadmiller, did we get his vote?
Didn't hear any of that up until when you spoke, Madam Mayor.
Well, are you for or against?
The upgrade to receive and note the report.
Yep.
For.
Thank you. Right. Let's go on. 12-22, 24-25 Capital Works Program. And once again, the recommendations there. Do I have a mover?
Move the recommendation. Question.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A series of questions that relate to the document that provided. I note there that the expenditure is the 30th of the 12th, 23. Is that correct?
Through Madam Mayor, that's correct.
And why would the statement at the bottom say the expenditure is at the 30th of the 9th, 23? It does not account for additional costs outside of the reporting period. That's on every page.
Through Madam Mayor, is that doesn't account for costs that have come post the actual budget is from the QBR, September QBR, because the current QBR has not been adopted. So we use the budget from the September QBR and we use the December figures. So that annotation is probably incorrect.
I'm sorry, Director, that doesn't make sense. Up the top, it says expenditure 30/12/23. You just explained that was the expenditure figure as at the end of December. Down the bottom, it says the expenditure, not the nothing else, not the vote, the budget or whatever. The expenditure is at 39/23.
Yes, the expenditure, the top description is wrong because we use the QBR for the budget and the expenditure.
So what is the effective date for the expenditure? September or December?
September.
Why would you bring a report to us that's now 5 months old?
Through Madam Mayor, because we were using the latest adopted QBR.
No, the expenditure. This expenditure is how much you've spent. You're using expenditure as of last year, September last year. But up at the top it says expenditure as at the 30th of the 12th. So if that's not confusing, I don't know what is, but they're near enough, probably good enough. On page number 441, there's 4 amounts there against one job. Why are there 4 amounts?
Junior Madam Mayor, because they are different work orders.
So if I was to look at in the QBR, the Bynalong Street drainage for Harden would be the sum total of those 4 amounts, would it? Sorry, 3 amounts. The 493.55 or 555. I'll get closer. I'll read it now. Is that's the case?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were then to look at the cost centres that make up those, we could then go back and we could compare those back to the the QBR, is that correct?
That's correct.
I know that 600,364 is 196 grand there, and over the page, it's a young CBD footpath upgrade. It's listed in the QBR as LRCIP, and $291,000. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, these numbers do go back to the QBR.
So, but these are funds from the LRCIP program, are they? Because that's what it's called in the QBR. LRCIP, the footpath upgrade against the number 600,364. Otherwise, I don't understand why it's telling us that we've got costs as of the 30th, expenditure as of the 30th of the 9th, and expenditures as at the 30th of the 12th. I can't understand any of that. I think we better have a further explanation of what this document says, because if any councillor can understand it, please inform me. I've got anyone else around me that can understand it? I'm getting a lot of people shaking their heads, but it doesn't sound like anyone understands it to me. Mr. General Manager, you better bring this report back.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'll bring the report back to the next meeting.
I'll move a motion that we not accept the report and not note it.
Could we change that?
Sorry, well, actually, no, you have control of the motion, Councillor Armstrong. Acceptable.
I'll second that.
Well, you move. Sorry, I thought you moved the motion to not accept, and it was seconded by Councillor Ingram. So after debate discussion, you'd like to change your motion to not accept the report and not note it, and that is acceptable to you, Councillor Ingram?
Yes, that is, but before we talk or vote on that, and the capital works program item is finished, I've got a couple of questions myself.
Okay, well, at this point, yeah, it was not noted. It was not accept the report and not note the report, as in the report has been rejected, and council staff will bring it back to the next meeting. However, that's the motion. It hasn't been called for the motion, so therefore, Councillor Ingram, you have some questions
I have some
in relation
questions.
to the report.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. In regard to the report, the first question I've got, I know I asked once before about both these matters. The first one I'll mention is the director. I spoke to the director about this. The road repairs that were failures that have happened since the money was allocated to the roads from the block funding and done, and the two that I know of are close to town at Bibbaringa Road and Race Creek Road. There was failures there nearly straight away. There's been failures again, and it makes me concerned that if these failures in these two particular roads are 100%, 2 for 2, if there's any failure in any of the other works have been done, and if so, when are they likely to be addressed, or is there any plan in motion for them to be addressed? That's the first one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we are aware of those, and we are working with a contractor to repair those.
Thank you. The other matter that I bring up is about the review of the repairs to the roads after the water upgrades been done in Young. I asked once before about, do we inspect and have a look at how the repairs have been done once the pipe work's been laid in, to see if it's sufficient to our needs or is good enough. And at the time, I think I was told there was a 12 months warranty. I'm not going to quote me on that, but I think that's what I was told. I'm wondering, because of where the work started, the timeline must be nearly up or over. Have they been looked at, firstly? And if they have, I'd like to know how they were the result of that review.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we did have the contractor go back and have a look at that. We generally request compaction tests when we lay pipes on roads. And we did have them go back and do some further work then. I'll have to follow that up.
Well, with the greatest of respect, thank you, Director, for that. I would take whoever from council is responsible for assuring that out to the start and top of Back Creek Road there when it comes to town, and the best way to assess that is to walk it. Walk down there and turn down Wombat Street, and then walk down where they did that works, further down around the corner down Wombat Street. And in my humble opinion, it hasn't been repaired to a level that is satisfactory. I do note when it gets down Wombat Street a bit further, it improves, which is good. But then I've heard complaints from the other side of town now with the same issues. So I think it's something that needs to be addressed, because if we've got a warranty that runs out of time, we're going to be left carrying the bag. That's the second one. Third one I've got is, could staff please give me a timeline, or give council a timeline, sorry, of when the temporary roundabout at Millwall Road and Mackenzie Street is going to be removed, given that it was a temporary roundabout put there to inconvenience trucks, but it was done while there was a bridge being redone and rebuilt. That's been completed for some time now. That temporary roundabout is still there. So I'd like to know if there's any plans in place, or if not, could they be started to be put in place to address the matter of removing that temporary roundabout?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'll take that action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Moore. I didn't even realise that it was temporary. So
You might have been concentrating, Madam Mayor.
I might not have been.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Coddington Park refurbishment. I have very clear memories that as part of the work, the Coddington Park, that we aggregated the play equipment when the state government was handing out the lolly bags. There was a couple of grants that went out, and it totaled $380,000. I think it was $389,000 from memory, and it was all put together. Some was meant to go to Newson Park, but we put it together to go to Coddington Park play equipment. Now, I have expressed my frustration at the play equipment that's there. It's grossly inadequate, but we'll move on. But $271,000 seems to have been spent for play equipment, and I, as I say, have a very clear recollection that we allocated $380,000 or $389,000. So could I have the director chase that up? You'll have to go through the annals to find that information.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did do the softball, etc., in the park after the equipment was delivered.
Right.
But it's not fully expended at that point in time in the financials.
Right. So it's, I thought I saw someone else that in the timeline it's gone, but okay, I'll take that. Thank you. Murrumburrah, it says Murrumburrah precinct upgrade, so 1.1 million expenditure for the 30th to the 12th. I think there was 3.8 million allocated, so we've still got 2.6 million in kitty.
No, through you, Madam Mayor, at this point in time, Murrumburrah precinct is it's practically finished. Again, it's not reflected in this. If you take a look at the quarterly budget review that came to you tonight, most of the money has been expended. This is probably closer to the expenditure that you see is the December quarterly. That's why the title is incorrect in that document, and that's unfortunate. But this was as at the capital works is as of June. But if you take a look at the quarterly budget report, most of the money for Murrumburrah has been expended.
I thought so. That's why I was querying. I thought maybe we got a bonus discount. Boyle Caravan Park, 118,000. We've expended 38,000. The balance of the money, the 80,000, what is that to be expended on?
The Boyle Caravan Park scope is including this. The Harden is to get kiosks. The kiosks have been delivered, and all they need to do is be installed. So that money will be expended before the 30th of June.
Thank you.
Just a question to clarity there, if I can. The caravan park at Borough is getting a kiosk.
That is correct, Councillor.
I don't think it's a goods kiosk. I think it's a terminal.
It's a terminal. When we refer to kiosk, it's a payment terminal.
Correct. Look, I can go through pages, but given we're deferring the report, could a part B be added to the report? There's significant roads to recovery funding that hasn't been expended. Could we get details? I have concerns about, for example, Houstonia Road, $300,000 budget allocation, 191 has been expended. And given the Chums Lane culvert seems to be on the agenda still, could we bring a report back to council on the unexpended roads to recovery money and whether perhaps we should reprioritise any of those funding allocations in line?
Madam Mayor, there is a paper in confidential that describes what's has been expended on the roads to recovery on the basis of the tenders that we've also put in. That's why that's in confidential.
I realise that. I've actually asked about some of the roads that are not in confidential.
Yeah.
Whether perhaps in the light of how we're going to have to reprioritise funds, that maybe we should be reviewing some of the unexpended money on existing roads. Please. I won't, given the reports coming back, I won't answer any more. Well, I have a young smoke testing of $82,000. Do we, I shouldn't be so flippant to say are we having smoking ceremonies, but smoke testing, I assume that's smoke alarm testing.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it is smoke testing in the network to identify illegal connections to reduce the hydraulic load of the network. We use that technique to ensure that we can find any illegal connections to the network so that we can address them to reduce the hydraulic load and ensure that the sewer treatment plant does not get additional load of water than it should be getting.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we're back to here. Oh, Councillor, did I see your? I didn't. We're back to the motion, which is before us, that council not accept the report and not note the report. Okay. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? I didn't. Those against?
Can I ask a question why you would vote for a report that's not accurate, Madam Mayor, given you're the Mayor?
I don't have to answer that. And also,
that was the General Manager's response. What's yours?
No, it was not the General Manager's response. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, point of order. The General Manager said under breath, you don't have to answer that. Did you not?
That's advice.
As advice, and also I'm well aware that that is in the paper. Now I've forgotten where I was. Can we go back to have a look at it, please? The works report. Receive and note the information. I am, how can I put it?
Don't bother. The information's patently incorrect and you've voted to accept the report as Mayor that is patently incorrect.
I voted against not accepting it. Well, if you want to read it that way, you can. That's all I'll say about it. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Okay, 1223. Works report.
I'll move, but I've got a number of questions.
Just let me compose myself for a minute, please. We have before us that council receive and note the information provided on works completed and works planned. And
again, I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and thank you for waiting for me. I appreciate that. And Councillor Stadmiller as seconder. Thank you. All right. Councillor Ingram, since you moved it.
I'll allow Councillor Stadmiller, he said he had a number of questions, so he can Head off if he likes. Councillor Stadmiller.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. I just need some clarification around the Jugiong pool. This is normally where we do it in the works report, these sorts of matters. I was contacted today about the possible extension of a week of the swimming pool season at Jugiong. I gather the swimming pool season in both Harden and Jugiong was delayed. Can that be clarified? And can I get an answer as to whether we can extend the pool season for the children at Jugiong Public School who are swimming at a Riverina Carnival and need to train? I'd hate to think that just because they're from Jugiong, they are second-class citizens in the wonderful Hilltops.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any request for extension, so I'll pass to the Director of Infrastructure or the Director of Corporate and Community. But I'm not.
That's because no one's been answering the phone, Mr. General Manager, to give them a response.
Well, I've said I've received no request personally. I haven't seen any correspondence from that, so I'll pass to the directors.
I'm through you, Madam Mayor. We did have a community meeting with the Judy on the upgrade, and that wasn't mentioned to me at the community meeting either.
Okay, I'll start again. I was asked this afternoon by Lyndon Webber from Jugiong Public School to see whether the students at the school could have the pool open for an extra week so they could train for the Riverina Carnival, under the understanding that the pool season started late and that they would like it to operate a little bit later. Otherwise, we may be offering a service and taking money under false pretenses and entering into a contract with families who get season passes, and we start the season late and then end it on the date that we propose, and they're not getting their money for value. Does anyone understand what I'm saying here, or am I not making any sense?
I now understand your question, Councillor Stadmiller, that I hadn't received that request and you have received that request. So what would be before council would be for you councillors to vote for an extension of the season and the associated costs with doing so.
Mr. General Manager, that's not on our paper tonight, is it?
No, it's not.
No. And presumably, as you said, we have to wait for that request to come through and for it to be finalised.
What request, Madam Mayor? They can't make the request because no one will answer the phone and pick the phone up. She's made repeated phone calls. So our customer service policy is also failing.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller.
So what I recommend then is we take that on notice, we do costings and we bring a report back. When is the season meant to?
Yeah, it'll be over by then. Mr. General Manager, you've got the ability to do this and get it done. It'd be much easier if you just did it operationally. Put up with the stupidity of.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it's
No.
clearly obvious that you don't know what you're doing in the chair, as was previously shown by Councillor Flannery about 2 minutes ago. Give Councillor Foreman a go and take a break or do something.
I think I have. Yes, I could stand up. But in this council.
Do star jobs.
We're here to consider our community. And we should do it courteously and politely.
And you're not. And you put the teacher's hat on and you do it every meeting and belittle your fellow councillors and not allow us to speak and represent the people that voted us in. I can keep talking.
You.
Do you want me to go on?
It's enough. No.
Well, the fact that it's not in the business paper doesn't mean that it can't be discussed.
Point of order.
You're right. A point of order.
Madam Mayor, I suggest that someone move an urgent notice of motion, suspend outstanding orders to move an urgent notice of motion to deal with it, or we dismiss it.
I believe the only way that you can do that, councillor, is to for council to resolve into, or remember the council would have to resolve into committee, and a recommendation would come out of committee to council as a motion, and that would be then brought forward as an urgent item of business. That's the only way you can get on the books.
Why don't we just take it on that?
Ask for an apology.
The mayor's got to sit down before I'm allowed to speak, apparently.
Didn't mean to interject.
So let's,
Now let me compose myself once more. Point of order. I see that as bullying towards the mayor. I'm asking for an apology from Councillor Stadmiller.
You're not going to get an apology from me, Madam Mayor.
Councillor
Thanks.
Stadmiller, if you refuse to do it, you leave me no choice, and I'll leave it up to the council. If you're refusing to follow the rules of the Code of Conduct, then I ask the council to support me in asking you to leave the meeting.
I've been here before. It doesn't worry me.
I believe,
Right.
Madam Mayor, you would be calling for a motion of dissent. Is that what you're?
I am. Oh, am I? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
I
if
am.
you're using that as a point of order, I think that's the dot point in the code of meeting practice you would need to refer to.
I appreciate your help. Okay, let's have a look. 15.12.
I recall because I told you how to use it last time when you didn't know what you were doing. Madam Mayor.
All right, 15.2. Perhaps I'll read it for everybody. Chairperson may require a councillor to apologise without reservation for an act of disorder referred to in clauses 15.11 A and B, insults and makes unfavourable personal remarks about
That happens every meeting.
or imputes improper motives. B, so I am asking you to apologise. B, to retract and apologise without any reservation or statement that constitutes an act of disorder, and I see this. If we go on, I believe that I have the right. If you are telling me, Councillor Stadmiller, that you are refusing to apologise, that you don't want to apologise.
I'm not apologising.
All right.
This does nothing for the people at Geogam. The kids want to swim at Riverina next week. Sick of beating around the bush with this council. We never get anywhere.
All right.
The whole show's been a fast tonight like it is every month.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. I think
Bye.
I have the right to ask for the voice to be put off, don't I? If disorder occurs at a meeting of the council, the chairperson may adjourn the meeting for a period of not more than 15 minutes. We might get our 15 minutes after all. I will leave the chair. And the council on reassembling must, on a question put from the chairperson, decide without debate whether the business is to be proceeded with or not. All right. Okay, so it looks like that. I will adjourn this for 15 minutes and then we will come back. Yes, I am serious. I am serious.
You don't have to answer that.
All right. Okay. We're suspending for 15 minutes. All right, everybody back? Councillor Stadmiller, are you back? All right. All right, Councillor Stadmiller. The comments that you made to the mayor, I found insulting and degrading. I'm asking for a full apology. Are you prepared to give that?
No, Madam Mayor, I've already expressed that.
Well, if that's the case, then I will move the motion. I'll ask council, move the motion to expel you from this meeting, Councillor Stadmiller, from this meeting. Right. Do I need a second?
Can I second that motion so I can speak to it?
Just a moment. Thank you. I don't need a seconder. I don't need a seconder. All right, so I'll put it to the meeting here. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That's no. All right, the motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Please leave the meeting.
See you at the next meeting.
So we're back to works report and I gave
Councillor
councillor Stadler.
Stadler hasn't left the meeting yet. Can we turn it off? Can't you physically? Councillor Stadler, may I ask you to leave the meeting, please?
I'm in my bedroom at the moment. I've left the meeting.
Councillor, can you please turn off your Zoom link, please? The meeting.
Is there anyone on? So.
Mr. General Manager, would it be appropriate if I suggest that we moved into the closed council?
Thank you, Councillor. I think we're just about to. There. We have closed the Zoom, so. Okay, let's get on with this meeting and we're up to.
Councillor Ingram having a question in regard to the works report after he let Councillor Stadler go first.
And do I say thank you for that, Councillor Ingram?
If only I'd have known, but that's the state of play. So to the director.
Councillor Ingram.
My question relates to, and it's not particularly about the mowing and slashing, but it's about the entrance to Young via coming down from Ringo Showground and into town that way. And it was mentioned in the report earlier on about that 6 monthly aspirational report where we're going to beautify and do up our entrances. Well, if anyone's come past the showground lately, and I know it's an issue and we've talked about it before, the house, and unfortunately was burnt a number of years ago, and at the time, I know where I was in Sydney, battling over a library matter when a phone call came from the people who owned the house, crying poor and saying that they couldn't afford to put the fencing in. Council said they've got to fence it and they're going to go to current affair. And I said, well, current affair won't help me, but we're still going to do about the fencing. My understanding at the time was council paid for the fencing on a temporary basis. I think it was for a month. I think it's too far back for me to remember too much has happened. But since then, the asbestos has been removed. I don't know whether it was legally removed or what happened there, but it's gone and there's just a very ordinary looking frame there, standing there now on the entrance to town as well as the grass 3 foot high on the approach to the bridge. So my question is, can we do something to bring that matter to fruition where it needs to be demolished totally? The second question is, who's been paying for the fencing that's been there all this time? Are we fitting that bill? I'll be disappointed if we are, but I'll ask the question. And if not, could we please find from the relevant authorities just what bark power we have, or maybe able to bite to do something about that, what I call dangerous, but it's got the fence around it, so I don't know. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Ingram, your chronology is spot on. So back in 2019, there was the house fire. An emergency order was sent in 2019. You had that interaction with the owner at the time. Then there was a change of ownership, and before that, in February 2020, the council received a report on 4 fire damaged properties that were all had similar kind of issues, and those resolutions were made to do the immediate work. In this property, the ownership changed in 2021, and in May 2021, an emergency order was sent to follow up on on addressing the issue. And they did deal with the asbestos, so that was, we've got the certificate report, asbestos clearance on that. So where we are at the moment is that we've looked at what was the enforcement action in the past, and we don't think we can rely on that. So we've got on our list to issue a new enforcement order, and we'll put that onto our compliance work program. We'll take on notice the question of the cost of the fencing that has been put in place.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll be looking forward to finding out just who's been footing the bill for that fence for this period of time. Thank you for that.
Just a point of, I think, clarification for Councillor Ingram. If we know the owner, and you can contact the Bushfire Brigade, and they can declare all the huge amounts of grass as a fire hazard, and they can then, or council can then have that cleaned up, and they get the bill.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I understand that. That's good. I just need to do something about the framework they said initially. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got a few, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Flannery.
Page 451, 452, 453 lists roads with work to be done, and most of them say complete, which is very good. Is this the list of council gravel roads, or for example, Garama Road doesn't appear anywhere, nor does Kopang Road, which is probably one of the reasons it never gets graded. Garama Road normally does get graded. Purview Road doesn't appear in any list. Is it? Which one appears? Yeah, I've got a tip beside it. Sorry, I've got it written over here. Kopang Road's not listed. Garama Road. I've got a tick. I've got a note beside Scenic Road. Anyway, the question was: is this a list of all gravel roads?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, it won't be all the gravel roads. Those are the gravel roads that we have done work on, and it's 800 kilometres of gravel roads is represented in this works report, of which 526 have been graded. So the total kilometres is 1,500.
If it's a list of roads you've done work on, are any that are not on this list not going to have work on them before the end of the financial year? Because I can see that there's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's probably 30 there that are listed for work through February, May, April. So if they're not on this list, they don't get graded this year?
That's correct, not through this financial year.
Right, okay.
If there are any roads that are of concern, you can send me an email separately.
Okay, I'll get you to review Garama Road and Kopang again. Next question. Douglas Gap Road, it's looking a real treat, 19.7 kilometres. I noticed in the later report, it's got it's on the gravel resheeting, and yet I haven't seen whilst the grading there's been very good, and clearing of limbs. Was there a reason that we cleared the overhanging limbs on Douglas Gap Road? Was there a request, or is it a thought?
Generally, through you, Madam Mayor, we clear limbs on roads when there is a line of sight issue or another safety issue identified. Potentially, the trees could have been identified that could have fall capability, so that we would look at it from a safety point of view.
Right. Well, it's certainly very good, the work that's been done. Not complaining about that. Just it's so extensive. It's the most extensive work I've seen done in 35 years on that road. I was wondering whether it's been requested. I did actually ask at the December council meeting for, it might have been November, but anyway, was it November or December? A report on whether limb clearing comes out of the roads budget and what money we had spent on pulping limbs and trees that had fallen. Have we done any work on that report yet?
So we do, when we do clear limbs, it's generally under storm conditions and it will be captured under the storm repairs work. And the mulching gets taken to the sites and it's actually done under the waste contract, not on the roads budget. We mulch limbs from trees after storm events and we take that away.
So when we're doing road work and it's identified that maybe we should zap some limbs from trees, which happened quite extensively through October and November. Moppity Road, out where Millvale, there was extensive mulching. So that doesn't come out of the road budget. It comes out of the...
There's two, sorry, Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor. There's two ways we deal with limbs on roads. If it's associated with a storm and if we are declared a disaster area, it will be done under the storm budget. So when we had the storms come through, we actually declare that, we take it to the tip, we process it there, but we put the cost of that associated with it on the storm event that has been declared. If it hasn't been declared, then we take it to the tip.
So the work on, presumably the work on Douglas Gap Road, where there was extensive tree lopping, that was more likely done under the road budget.
Yes.
Right. Could we get that report that I've asked for on Moppity Road? I'm not exactly sure of the road at Millvale where Chris HARDEN lives, but extensive limb removal there, and Douglas Gap Road, just the costings on that, please. Moving to 461, and my complaint, I guess, is for the January period. So certainly the entrances to Harden were made on the eve of Christmas, quite literally. I think I brought that up at the December council meeting. Then no work occurred there until I think about 10 days, 2 weeks ago, maybe.
I can correct you, councillor, there.
No, I've got photos here.
I've photos. I was present the 9th of January, 10th of January. All the approaches to Harden were done.
They were the ones that weren't done before Christmas.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying they were done in January, and 4 weeks later they were done again.
Well, I must have taken photos on day 30 because after I had numerous complaints by Harden residents when the grass was that long. I note here that Neil Street doesn't appear on the list at all, nor does outside council facilities on page 461. There's Robinia suckers growing all through the garden beds. There's weeds growing all through.
Councillor Flannery, can I interrupt? I was actually just there yesterday, and the work being done is in process. In fact, that almost finished, I think, by the time I left in the early afternoon.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at the ongoing maintenance, daily, weekly, fortnightly. And I've got photos from Madam Mayor I'm happy to share with you. There's Lavinia suckers that big. I'm pretty sure that's done monthly.
Was it yesterday?
No, I took them back. I'll get them up.
Yes. Well, I think as of yesterday, I have a feeling that they have all disappeared.
There you go. There's some Robinia suckers. See, I don't think. Look at that. Wow.
They have. And the hedges have all been trimmed.
So when
and
people
everything.
driving through Harden.
But as of yesterday afternoon, I was there and I took note.
I'm just giving you evidence, Madam Mayor, of what didn't happen. I'm sorry. I mean, it might have happened yesterday, but this is what's not happening on a fortnightly basis. Put a lot of work and effort in to getting the beautification Harden done, and it seems as though there is not much work going on there. I represent the community. I don't represent staff. I don't represent you. I put up with the complaints and I would like something done about it. If you don't like that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery, but I was just making a comment that yesterday work was being undertaken.
I concur with Councillor Flannery's point. I can correct him on the mowing dates because I'm documenting them at home, but the point what I think we're trying to make in all areas is the inconsistent manner in which it's being done, and hopefully, and I know it's been a great season, the best season for a long, long time, and that increases the growth. But when the growth gets to be 800 mils, it's not from the season, it's because it hasn't been attended to for 6 weeks. So I think that's the point we're all
And
trying
that's
to make.
not a fortnight, I'm sorry.
So thank you.
And this is what every passerby that goes through Harden sees. And we built that garden and did the improvements to try and get passers-by stopping that. And it says to me, no one cares.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as part of the financial improvement strategy and the work stream that I'm taking carriage of as the Director of Infrastructure, we have started putting together an annual open spaces calendar that includes all of the areas, and we're hoping that that will provide a more consolidated response to open spaces, and that is body of work that's well underway at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. I mean, you know, grass that high in the pool is just not acceptable.
Yeah.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Just a quick question. The Wickham Lane, I know that we put in for funding and then the state government decided that they were no longer offering that funding.
Yep.
Have we got any plans to do anything on that road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, apart from occasional grading of that road at this point in time, there is no funding source that's been identified to address the whole road.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there is
One
yes.
question, just refer the
Councillor
director to
Fitzgerald.
pages 456, 457. I believe there's a typo there with Boundary Road mentioned, both with slightly different lengths. And I'm not sure when or which part of Boundary Road was done in whichever month.
I'll take note of that.
Right. Thank you, Director.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I have some questions.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. In regard to the water meters, I've asked about this before we had a report. I noted in the works report that was provided to council that we hadn't spent any money yet in renewing the water meters at Young, and that was scheduled for June and July. 1,302 meters to be replaced. Are we going to get 1,302 meters replaced in June and July, given that they're probably the wettest and coldest and the worst months of the year to be outside replacing water meters?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have provided a paper to council on how we're going to tackle the water meters. We will revise that number as we work through the program.
So we won't be getting them done in June and July, is that what you're saying?
Well, we have until June. We have dedicated operators to start replacing the water meters.
Have we started replacing them yet?
Yes, we have. We certainly have started replacing water meters. That number is higher than it is now. We had to suspend some of the water meter replacements with the issue we had at MURRUMBURRAH, and we are now going back to replacing water meters. And an update will be provided in the next works report on how many meters we have managed to replace.
You anticipate that all those meters in the financial year, the 2,355 will be done, or will we be less than that?
It will probably be less than that, through you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I note that we've been doing some footpath remediation on trip hazards, I presumably, on page 460, footpath hazard reduction. Is that the trip hazards, or is that the hazards such as the existing Thornhill Street where the grass is 600 millimetres high?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would be captured under the current works would be renewals and repairs, not renewals, repairs of footpaths. We are aware that there is a property on Thornhill Street that has got long grass. The coordinator is aware of it, and it has been put in a forward schedule.
Wonderful. They drive past, vehicles would be driving past there 3 or 4 times a day, every day of the week, and it wouldn't get to 500 millimetres high in a week or two.
Yeah.
So it's been left there like that for a long time. Seeing as that we've got these other footpaths hazards are then potentially trip hazards, I assume. On the southern side of the Aldi supermarket entrance, there's an area of concrete footpath that has collapsed and presents a significant trip hazard greater than 50 millimetres deep. Now, under the previous intervention standard, that would be fixed within 24 hours. It's been like it now for 5 months. Yet I'm advised that there's inspections done for footpaths. So can we please get that one looked at?
Through Madam Mayor, I'll follow up on
It is a high pedestrian area, and it's likely that someone will put their foot in it and come down and hurt themselves, and I wouldn't like to think that that was me. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I think it's time, if everybody's happy, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll go on to correspondence for information. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Any conversation? Any discussion?
Only thing I'd flippantly probably mention is that pleased to see that the media releases in regard to the Board Water Alert for Burra is over, and compared to the information and that was circulated regarding that, probably pales a little bit into the information that came out of Yass with their complications and about that grant application not being received and et cetera, et cetera. So we talk about the problem an hour and 20 from our national capital. Here's Yass, 45 minutes, and they could do it there. So a bit ironic, but yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment. If nobody has anything else to say, I will put it to vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Turning over the page, there's a committee report requiring action, and it's a local traffic advisory committee meeting. A recommendation. Do I have a mover?
I'll move that.
Thank you,
With
Councillor Fitzgerald.
clarification. Yep.
All right, and a seconder? Councillor Dodd. All right. Councillor.
Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, add part C, that council formally object to the 80 kilometre speed limit that's been implemented at Murrumburrah from Murrumburrah to Demondrell Hill. Formally reject to Transport for New South Wales and the local area command.
Okay.
And seek revocation of it.
All right. Councillor Fitzgerald, you've put the motion. Are you happy to include that?
No, I'm not happy
You're
to
not.
include that. No.
All right, so we'll look at that.
Sorry. So Councillor Flannery, you want to move that as an amendment to the motion?
Yeah.
So then that will be put to the floor as is.
Thanks. Yes, yes, we do. And I was just about to say, we will treat that as an amendment. So object to the 80 from Murrumburrah to
the
Demondrell Hill.
To Demondrell Hill, yeah.
Guys over the top.
No, yeah.
What is it now? Sorry.
It's 80, used to be 100. We got advised by the department that they'd done their investigation, and so it shall be.
Can I just give some clarification? This was brought up at a traffic advisory committee meeting. It was discussed. The reason it was implemented was on the advice of the New South Wales Police Highway Patrol. There's a number of houses and it's starting to get more driveways there, and they thought it'd be a better off area to put an 80 kilometre zone in there. There was a number of comments through the committee. At the end, Transport for New South Wales took it on board and then came back with the decision. It's their decision, and actually I quite support it. I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
I'd just like to make comment on the matter, or
That's
speak for the motion, whatever, which way you want to go about it. In some previous years, I requested that to the traffic committee that they look at implementing an 80-kilometre zone coming in from the Templelmoore Road and the Millwall Road. The general manager remember this. It went to the traffic meeting, and the councillors at the time that represented on that didn't put a lot of weight on it and didn't think it was necessary. I didn't take that as being a true and correct feeling of the community with the member houses and stuff that was out there and the condition of the road. And anyway, so I rang the general manager can attest to this. I wasn't too happy, so I went up the ladder to Transport New South Wales, and they responded to me. Couldn't really justify it. The way they justified it was to tell me that they were trying to eliminate different speed zones coming into towns. They were trying to eliminate 100 to 80 to 50. I pointed out that Young had 8 entrances to the town, and the other 7 all had 80, 50, 100, 80, 50. So I was most surprised when it came up that, hello, they've looked over an overpassing lane section of road at Murrumburrah and gone against the policy they told me they were implementing and gone from 100 to 80 to 50. Like, there's definitely safety, I understand that, but there seems to be a real reluctance in that in the manner in which these matters are dealt with. So given that that's been allowed, what I was going to say was I will be addressing the local traffic advisory committee again with the request to look at implementing. If they can do it on a double lane highway going into Murrumburrah with 4 houses, and if you want to drive out where I'm talking about here and come on that road, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. So I'll bring that back to the next committee. And I just found it contradictory to what they told me about what they're trying to do. So, but I'd support Councillor Flannery in his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. So,
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak to it. Firstly to note Councillor Ingram's comments about inconsistency. Harden has, I can't remember exactly, and I'm normally pretty good on numbers, but I think it's something like 5.2 kilometres from one end of Harden to the other with 50 kilometres an hour. You go through Bynalong and it's 60 kilometres an hour. Burley Griffin, same road, actually far more dangerous, single lane through it, 60 kilometres an hour. So, I don't know, I can't explain it, but it's inconsistent. If you were to travel southbound through Harden and up to Mondrill Hill, so you've driven 5 kilometres stuck behind traffic, and you're behind a truck, and you think, beauty, here's a chance to overtake. Well, most trucks these days can do that hill at 80 kilometres an hour in, some of the bottom gears, let alone the top gears. So then you've got a police officer who's trying to get his numbers up, who might decide, oh, here's a good place to sit. Not that I would suggest police officers ever do that, but one might. So where would you choose to sit? And then just over the hill to Mondrill. Some bloke who's been driving. Now, I couldn't think of a better way to get a car accident. And if you go from Harden to Stock and Bingle and through to Templelmoore, you have about 4 places where you can reasonably overtake a B double with good sight lines. You've got a dual carriageway going up a hill where you can overtake safe as a Commonwealth Bank. And what have they done? Put a speed limit on it. It is stupid and we should formally object to it.
hey, thank you.
I'd like to speak against the amendment.
The amendment, thank
Or
you.
the motion.
Yes, Councillor Dodd.
Because if you are coming, initially I thought, oh yes, 80 kilometres, I'd rather it was 100, but if you are coming and you are turning right into the road that goes to Young, and basically you are turning right from an overtaking lane. And so it's actually quite a dangerous intersection. It's difficult to see at that intersection. It's difficult to see where you're turning into at night. And so you're turning right from an overtaking lane and then it's 100 kilometres an hour. And so I support the 80 kilometres. So I don't support this.
I would make the comment that I have no knowledge of one accident there in my 50 odd years, not one. And it's been there that long. And also make the comment that vehicles that choose to turn right get in the right-hand lane with your indicator on about halfway up the hill, as they do on the highways to exit the Hume Highway to turn off to come to Harden. We don't seem to put an 80-kilometre limit there. I mean, it's an overtake.
There's a turning lane there. There's a turning lane.
Not before you get to it, just as there, in any event, the statistics would prove the point. If there was an accident there yearly, there might be a case for it.
Okay. We're looking at the amendment. Councillor Flannery, I'll take it as your
I
reply.
would like them to be to put to Transport for New South Wales and the local area command.
Question to, sorry, Madam Mayor. Question.
Yes, Councillor.
Perhaps
Armstrong.
Councillor Fitzgerald could answer the 100K zone. From memory, it starts as soon as you get onto the Murrumburrah or Demondrel to Wombat Road. Is it not the case?
Yes, ma'am.
As soon as you effect the turn, you get into 100K zone. Yes, you do. Yes. Also, yeah.
I know. Formally object to 80-kilometre speed limit from Murrumburrah to Mundrel Hill. Be put a formal objection. How about that? A formal objection? No, here, a formal objection. Objection. To the be put. You happy with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So now we're just voting on the amendment.
Yes, we're voting on the amendment now. All right. Thank you, everybody. You ready? All right. Voting on the amendment, remember? Those in favour?
Rolls. So the amendment now becomes the motion.
Can I now speak to the motion with a bit of clarification because there's a problem. I just draw people's attention to the bottom of page 469(1) about installing a disabled parking at the Hennessy Recreational Therapy Centre. And over the page, the disabled parking space at Centrelink 1 is exactly the same statement, which is incorrect. What should be at the top of page 470 is indicated at the bottom of page 473, and that should be in the information there in the report that we're going to amend. They've just double pasted something. So 473, bottom of 473, the 1 and 2 replaces 1 at the top of page 470.
Okay, right. So that's easily done. Yep, that's fine.
Good.
All right. Okay. No more comments. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. All right. Thank you. Let's move on. I've lost my place. Here we go.
Oh, I had it up.
1226 committee reports requiring no action. Can't move on. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Seconder. Councillor Mackie. Any comments? If not, put to vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. All right. 1227. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Flannery, do you want? Okay. All right, Councillor Ingram.
What do we have a break?
Never heard that excuse before.
Yeah, I've probably got 25 questions to this, councillor. Sorry. Just to break the mood. No, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's fine.
Okay, righto. If there are no questions, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Councillor Armstrong, you right? Okay, all right. Those against? Okay, thank you. It is carried. We'll move on to the last one in open. No questions with notice. So, yes.
Request for information from.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, requests for information from Councillor Armstrong. Okay. Go ahead.
So just
We need to move it.
So just given that this involves legal advice, I'd ask if there is debate or discussion on it that we do move into confidential or the discussion on the legal aspect.
Sorry, Mr. Newman.
I'm just alerting that if there are going to be questions and discussion around it, we will have to move into confidential, given that it's
A legal matter.
well, it's got legal matters in it. However, given that it's the last item before going into confidential,
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to leave any questions that I have in regard to response 1, response 2, and response 3 till the closed section. And I'd like to speak to response 4. I'd like to speak to response 5, and I'd like to speak to response 6, 7 in open council.
Okay, righto. So 1, 2, 3, happy for close.
Happy for close there?
4, 5, 6, 7 in open now.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. All right, do we have a movement for that? Have we moved? No, we haven't.
What?
no,
What do we move?
the practice has been that the information is there.
So we don't need a movement.
It hasn't been received and noted
Okay.
in the practice of late, but questions on notice are talked about.
I can ask questions
Oh,
about.
yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Take
About
that
the
question.
responses, and that's what I propose.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
All right,
Okay.
okay.
In regards to item question 4, what are the intervention standards employed by council in the mowing of footpaths and medium strips in Burra, Harden, Young, and are they harmonised? This isn't the first time that I've asked about the mowing and the details of what the schedules and the routes and potentially the intervention standards are as well. At this particular stage, there's still no response there. I don't know whether the grass is mown once a fortnight, once a week, once a month, or whether it's 100 millimetres high or 500 millimetres high, like it is in lots of locations around the young CBD. So I think that we better get something in about that. To not have an intervention standard that relates to the mowing of footpaths in and around the CBD, as far as I'm concerned, is ridiculous. And to suggest, for anyone to suggest that the mowing of footpaths, it falls back to the owners of properties adjacent to the footpaths. I can't find anything in any of the Act or the regulations that require that. And in actual fact, I have asked the question as to whether council buys insurance to cover landowners when they're mowing council's property against liability. Still waiting for the response to that. So I guess the bottom line is council is the one that's either getting a free kick in this off some people, or council's not providing the service that it should do. Perhaps that's because we don't know where we're mowing when we're mowing. I'm uncertain about that. In regards to the rest of the information in regards to the cemeteries of CBD works and whatnot, there were no questions asked, and that's so I can't really see why the information was provided. Spraying as well. If council does not have intervention standards, how is the mowing of footpaths and medium strips managed, and how a work program? Well, I've asked before about that, and the response that related to, I asked the question back on the 26th of October 22, not yesterday, a fair while ago. A preliminary schedule of open space works has been completed. That's good. Once the final program has been reviewed and updated, all information will be uploaded to the council website and available to the community. Well, the question was, what is the schedule and route for council's urban and non-urban footpath mowing program, and can this be made freely available to the community via the website? Now, it appears as though we still don't have that schedule of mowing the footpaths, nor are the practices harmonised across the three major urban areas. So effectively, we are going to see differing levels of service across the three areas. That's probably not what we expected. It's probably not what the ratepayers expect. We have the means. Question 6: does council still use GPS tracking to assist in its police? But it appears as though we still have the capacity, the capability to actually understand where these mowers go. And in doing so, we can then perhaps work out where they go on a regular basis and where they don't go at all. That to me would seem to be a means of establishing the basis of some sort of program to ensure an equitable distribution of the mowing time. Now, question 7, what is the asset inspection frequency for paved footpaths and unpaved footpaths? We can see that the CBD streets done monthly, schools inspected 4 times a year, urban streets and villages twice a year. Unpaved footpaths, including median islands, no formal inspection schedule. Well, I can see that because the grass on the traffic islands in Edward Street ranges anywhere from some 600 millimetres high to over 800 millimetres high in some locations. So clearly, oh, by the way, that's Edward Street is about 200 metres off the main street, for those people that don't know. It's ridiculous. If anyone ever doubted that the service levels have dropped in Young due to amalgamation, they only need to get out and walk around the streets. Now, I don't believe that Young is alone in this. I think that the same problem exists in MURRUMBURRAH to a degree, and certainly in HARDEN to a degree. But I think that we're better than that. But if we haven't got a plan and we go out, inspect our footpaths and don't pay any attention to the state of the grassed areas of those footpaths, then I've got to ask the question, what are we inspecting? Planning is one way that we can improve our service. Planning is the one way that we can improve our efficiencies. We can plan. If we don't plan, we must be planning to fail. I have grave concerns that we have been planning to fail for some while. This is just one aspect of where we've been planning to fail. Councillors, I'll leave it with you.
Hey.
I'd like to make a comment, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, just in relation to the last sentence in the answer to question 4 on page 496 about the intervention standards and mowing and footpaths and et cetera, and I see staff have gone out of their way to mention that Young has more mowing than any other areas, and staff from the other areas is, I think there should be is brought in to assist with the mowing. I can categorically get it out, tell you that never happened between the 20th of December and about the 5th of February, because no one did anything. The other point that I've pointed out before and I'll point out again, Young has more mowing than any other area. You might also keep in mind that that area where that grass is contributes 58% of the funding for that work to be done. I've heard it said before, Young's got more to do because it's bigger. That's correct. The next part of that statement is 58% of the funding that covers that work comes from that area. 16% from MURRUMBURRAH and 26% from HARDEN. And I agree with Councillor Armstrong, this isn't exclusive to the former Young LGA area. the other two communities are also suffering. We had the same staff numbers before and it used to be able to be done. I'm just not too sure why it can't be done now. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Ingram. If there are no further comments, we'll move into confidential. I need someone to move this in. Thank you, councillor Ingram, and seconder. Thank you, councillor Flannery. Right. All those in favour? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We've now come out of confidential. Report 15.2. Project updates and funding reallocations, 15.2-24/33. Project updates and funding reallocations. Council recommended that receive and note the report. Resolved receive and note the report and adopt the proposed project funding adjustment as presented within the report. Then the late reports of 15.4 award of the contract RFT 00019 Chums Lane Culvert replacement. The recommendation that council receive and note the report. The reallocation of the money from the Thornhill Street upgrade being allocated to the Chums Lane culvert, and then award the contract for the Chums Lane culvert replacement to the successful tenderer, and delegate authority to the general manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with awarding of this contract and expend the funds. 15.5-24/36 award of contract RFT 0000020 Rockdale Road upgrade. The recommendation was resolved that council receive and note the report that the allocation from the local road and community infrastructure program to the Rockdale Road upgrade project be made. Award contract RFT 0000020 Rockdale Road upgrade to the successful tenderer, and delegate authority to the general manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with the awarding of this contract and expend the funds as required in current budgets. The final report that I've been advised by the Mayor in confidential that the general manager's contract renewal, that an offer be made to the general manager.
Can I? Oh, yes.
And offer be made, and
the decision of, now how do I word this? Motion was passed that we defer the decision until the March meeting.
Right. Thank you, councillors. Let's close the meeting.
Okay, I close the meeting at 10:43. Okay.